Dr. Muhammad Syahri,
The Honorable, the Head of English Department, Dr. Suyaryadi,
the Honorable, our amazing keynote speakers, Dr. Greg Kressler from Ohio University, USA,
Dr. Kristen Xavier from the National Institute of Education, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore,
Dr. Claudio Diaz-Larenas from the Universidad of Concepcion, Chile,
Associate Professor Dr. Larissa Asmak Shafi from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia,
Dr. Sinta Trisnadewi from the Universitas Negeri Malang, and the respectable participants of this special conference.
Welcome back to
The
Sixth
Sixth
International English Language Teacher and Lecturers Conference 2023, Day 2.
I am Mutiara Sani Inaya and my partner,
Bimo Wahyu.
we are honored once again to be your master of ceremony today.
In this amazing morning, we are glad to welcome our inspiring, talented keynote speaker that will deliver their brilliant presentation. Thank you for joining us today.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's gladly begin with the opening prayer. Let's start by having silent moment of prayer. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's agenda will be started by the session with our keynote speaker who will deliver their presentation.
Secondly, we will have the parallel session.
Third, break time.
Then, we gladly continue again with a session with our amazing keynote speakers.
And finally, parallel session.
Continued by the closing ceremony. Dear participants, for your information, there is a change for the rundown. Lunch break will be started at 11:30 and we will get to the Zoom again at 13. Also, the parallel session 4 will be started at 4.
Thank you. Proceeding to our first keynote speaker today, we will be privileged to offer a sincere welcome to Dr. Claudio Diaz-Larenas from the Universidad Concepcion, Chile.
This session will be under the guidance of our knowledgeable moderator, Dr. Sari Karmina. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Sari. We hand the stage over to you.
Thank you very much, Bima and Iin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? Okay, I hope you had a great time yesterday because we had amazing also keynote speakers. Good morning, Claudio.
Good morning.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's actually good evening. I forgot. Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Claudio Diaz will talk about EFL teachers, candidates' needs of language assessment in literacy. And his presentation will particularly focus on knowledge, skills, and principles a university language assessment literacy course should address to help EFL teacher candidates develop their ability to design, select, and use appropriate assessment methods, and interpret and communicate assessment results to different stakeholders. So his session is very important for our pre-service students. Before we start, allow me to read his bio. Dr. Claudio Diaz is a tenure professor and instruction department at the Faculty of Education in Universidad de Concepcion, Chile. And he teaches EFL method and language assessment courses at the EFL Teacher Education Program and also at the English as a Foreign Language Master Program. And his research interests are teacher cognition, language assessment, and construction of teacher knowledge. Without any further ado, let's welcome Dr. Claudio Diaz. Claudio, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's really a pleasure to be here. I was in Malang in 2022, and I had a great time. So I'm really enjoying this this invitation, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, all of you.
You're
Let
welcome.
me start sharing my presentation. Can you see the slideshow?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Let me give you a little bit of context to understand my presentation. I'm a teacher educator in Chile. I work in an EFL teacher education program, and this EFL teacher education program covers courses like English language, grammar, phonetics, literature, culture, pedagogy courses, and all of these courses happen simultaneously. So in Chile, in order to be a teacher of English, you have to study for 5 years. It is also important to mention that assessment literacy is one of the standards for teacher education in our country. That's why assessment and the development of assessment skills, knowledge, and principles is very important in teacher education. Another element that is important to understand my context is that the teaching and learning of English in Chile is compulsory from year 5 onwards at the school level. And our official language is Spanish, yes? So this is just a little bit of my context to understand the perspective of my presentation. The first claim I want to make is that assessment is a process of collecting, analyzing, and communicating information and data, right? This process is part of the different teaching and learning components. If you take a look at the teaching and learning cycle, you can see that we have different teaching and learning factors, such as aims, the syllabus, materials, teaching itself, assessment, analysis and feedback, and needs analysis. And all of these components are part of a cycle. And in this cycle, assessment does not go at the end. Because generally we tend to think that assessment only goes at the end, but it is important to mention that assessment is present all over the teaching and learning cycle. A second distinction I want to make is that when we talk about data collection, we need to identify 3 different processes: evaluation, assessment, and testing. And there are different processes. Evaluation is the umbrella term, and it takes into consideration all the learning components. Yeah, so it's the collection of data, including all the teaching and learning components. Then we have assessment, which is part of the evaluation, but assessment focuses on learners' language abilities and achievement. So when we talk about assessment, we're really focusing on the learner and his or her ability to learn a foreign language. And then we have testing, and testing is a very specific technique or tool that is usually connected with lower order thinking skills. Of course, testing is part of assessment, but it's just a technique, right? It is very important to understand that in these 3 processes, we have to collect, analyze, and communicate data at different levels. One study we conducted in 2012 was on teachers' beliefs about English language assessment. And we interviewed 30 Chilean English language teachers from the educational system. And we found out that they advocated for a communicative-oriented assessment approach through a skill integration. So they said that they assessed their students communicatively, but at the same time, they also said that they assessed vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation in isolation by means of pencil and paper tests, right? Written tests remained the most employed assessment tool, and reading was the most assessed skill. So you could see here in this study a kind of contradiction between beliefs, because on the one hand, these teachers claimed to be communicative, but at the same time, their focus in assessment was vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation in isolation. If you take a look at this diagram, you could see that assessment is a system in which we have three different questions: the who, the what, and the how of assessment. In the case of the who assesses, we have three possible options. The teacher assesses, of course, the students can also assess, and other stakeholders can also assess. When we think of what can be assessed, the process can be assessed, the product can be assessed, and of course, students can be assessed as well. And when you think of the how, we need to take into consideration the different instruments and tools for data collection. And here we have, for example, students' peer assessment forms, students' profiles, different tasks, teachers' self-observation, and of course, tests, which can be student prepared or teacher prepared. Another important distinction that we need to make when we talk about assessment is three different approaches. We have assessment for learning, assessment of learning, and assessment as learning. When we talk about assessment for learning, we refer to the data that the teacher collects to modify their work, to improve teaching and learning, and to provide feedback. In other words, to scaffold student learning. So assessment for learning has got a formative orientation. Then when we talk about assessment of learning, we focus mainly on what students do at the end of the task or at the end of a unit. So the main purpose is scoring, reporting, ranking, and to find out how well our students are doing, how well our students are learning. Then when we talk about assessment as learning, we consider students as assessors and how they are monitoring their own learning processes. So assessment as learning focuses on teaching students the process of evaluating their own learning, right? Here comes the key concept, language assessment literacy, which comprises the theoretical knowledge and skills to design, develop, and evaluate any type of assessment or any type of test, including the principles of high-quality language assessment. Now, research into pre-service teachers' language assessment literacy has been very scarce, right? And there is always a mismatch between pre-service teachers' beliefs about assessment and their assessment practices. There is a mismatch. They claim one thing and they do a different thing. And language assessment literacy has also remained very theoretical, and the stress has been on traditional testing. Yeah. When I talk about traditional testing, I mean all these techniques such as multiple choice, true or false, gap filling items, and the stress of language assessment literacy has been basically on traditional testing. So there is a clear call to action for language teacher education programs to improve pre-service teachers' language assessment literacy. In our country, when pre-service teachers and in-service teachers are asked what they need to improve in their practices, the number one action they mention is language assessment skills. When we talk about language assessment literacy, we need to consider knowledge, skills, and principles. When we talk about knowledge of assessment, we refer to models of language ability, theoretical concepts, second language acquisition theories, and frameworks of language assessment. When we talk about skills, we refer to the design of assessment instruments, the creation of assessment specifications, the design of items, assessment items, the design of rubrics, right? And also the skill of critiquing, the skill of analyzing different assessment items and those that are poorly designed. And then when we talk about principles, we need to consider the ethical side of assessment, the fair treatment of students, the use of transparent assessment practices, and the awareness of the consequences of assessing students. Yeah, and these consequences can be intended and unintended. In one study that we conducted in 2022, we surveyed 78 in-service teachers and 132 pre-service teachers. We used the assessment literacy inventory created by Myrtle and Campbell, 2005, and we found out that in-service teachers only achieved 42% of assessment literacy, and pre-service teachers achieved just 40% of assessment literacy. As you can see, their knowledge of assessment was very low. The standard they scored the highest was their ability to choose assessment instruments according to their teaching decisions, and the standard they scored the lowest was the one referring to the ability to administer, score, and interpret assessment results. So here you can see why it is very important to include assessment courses, specific assessment courses in teacher education programs. When we talk about assessment, there are 6 principles we need to consider. The first one is practicality, and practicality is connected with the appropriate time constraints, the administration procedures, and scoring procedures, right? Then we have reliability, and reliability refers to the ability of assessing consistently and dependably. That is to say, if you give the same test to the same group of students on different occasions, you should get relatively similar results if your test is reliable. There are different factors that can affect reliability. It's a very complex construct. For example, the format can affect reliability, the format of the test. There are some personal factors that can also affect reliability. If students are too anxious, that can also affect reliability. So reliability can be affected by different factors. Then we have authenticity, and authenticity refers to the use of tasks that can be enacted in the real world. If you think about some of the items we use when we test, for example, when we use true or false items, in real life, we don't go around answering true or false items. But in real life, we probably take part in an interview, we probably take part in a discussion. So these tasks are much more authentic. Then we have validity, which is another principle of language assessment. And validity is connected with assessing what you teach and in the way you teach it. So one key idea is that assessment should mirror teaching. That is to say, if you have been teaching a reading comprehension course using WH questions, the way you have to assess your students is by assessing reading using WH questions. So you have to be consistent with the way you teach and how you teach it. Transparency is another language assessment principle that is connected with providing students with clear and accurate information about assessment, about testing beforehand. And finally, we have washback. And washback is connected with the effect of testing or the effect of assessment on teaching and learning. I'm going to give you an example. If students have to sit for an oral test and they go through the oral test and they experience a lot of anxiety, then next time they have an oral test, they will probably be very anxious. In that case, we can say that washback is negative, right? Because students experience a negative emotion and they will project that negative emotion in future assessments. One of the tasks our pre-service teachers have to do in the assessment course is to analyze different assessment scenarios. For example, here you have 4 assessment scenarios, and students or pre-service teachers have to identify which one is the most reliable. In this case, the most reliable scenario is number 4, because it provides clear directions on what students have to do. These scenarios is not ambiguous, and it provides context. If we compare scenario 4 with scenarios 1, 2, and 3, scenario 4 provides context on what students have to do. Another distinction we have to make is the difference between authentic and traditional assessments. And here we have some characteristics of each type of assessment. In the case of traditional assessment, you tend to select one response. Whereas in the case of authentic assessment, you tend to perform a task, right? One key characteristic of traditional assessment is that it aims at recalling or identifying knowledge, whereas authentic assessment focuses on the construction and application of knowledge. If we want to focus our attention on authentic assessment, we can differentiate between 3 types of authentic assessment. We have constructed response authentic assessment, product authentic assessment, and performance authentic assessment. In the case of constructive response, one example would be concept maps, which is a visual representation. That would be an example of a constructive response authentic assessment. In the case of product authentic assessment, we have a poster because it's something that students produce. And in the case of performance, we have an oral presentation, because when students do an oral presentation, they have to perform, right? Another way of classifying tests is by manner. And here we can distinguish between objective and subjective tests. Objective tests are those that are scored by comparing student responses with an established set of correct responses. Okay, so we need a key to compare students' responses with that particular key. In the case of subjective testing, we require personal judgment. Yes, so we need a rubric, we need a scoring scale to assess, for instance, an essay, or to assess an interview, or to assess some comprehension questions. So subjective testing implies teachers' personal judgment. A second distinction that we have by manner is criterion referenced and norm referenced. The first one refers to the mastery of well-defined instructional objectives, which are very specific to a particular course. Yes, so in the case of criterion referenced, we're interested in finding out how much learning has occurred. On the other side, norm referenced is connected with standardized testing, because we just want to measure global language abilities. So tests like IELTS, TOEFL, and all those international tests are all of them norm referenced, because they just measure global language abilities, and they are not necessarily connected to some course objectives. We can also classify tests by purpose. If we want to place students in an appropriate course, we have placement tests. If we want to identify students' areas of improvement, we have a diagnostic test. If we want to find out whether students have mastered course content or course objectives, we have achievement tests. And finally, when we want to measure very general language proficiency or very general linguistic knowledge and abilities, we talk about proficiency tests. Tests can also be classified into integrated tests. Integrated tests are those that assess the integration of skills. So we can have a reading and writing test, or a listening and speaking test, and you can see that skills are being integrated. Or we can also have discrete point tests, in which you just focus on one particular language element. So, for example, you can have you can focus on grammar, or you can focus on vocabulary, or one specific skill. And in that case, we talk about a discrete point test. When we talk about the design of tests for any of the skills, there are three components that we need to take into consideration. First, we need to think of sub-skills. What specific sub-skill we're going to assess? Yeah, are we going to assess scanning, skimming, paraphrasing? And then for that particular sub-skill, what kind of text we need? Do we need an article? Do we need a timetable? Do we need a map, right? And then you need to think of the items you're going to use for your tests. Are you going to use traditional items like gap filling, multiple choice, or are you going to use more authentic items like information transfer or picture description or an interview? And some of the challenges that we have in our program is skill contamination. For example, pre-service teachers create a reading test, but then students have to write so much that the reading test becomes a writing test. So when you design a test, you need to make sure that the test is aligned with the objectives, because it's very easy to fall into skill contamination. Another challenge we have in our program is that our pre-service teachers tend to design tests that are full of traditional items. So they are full of gut filling items, multiple choice items, and we don't see more authentic items like interviews, like role plays, yes, but they tend to focus on very traditional testing. This is one of the tasks our pre-service teachers have to create. They start creating a test specification chart in which they identify the skill and the sub-skill, the type of text they're going to use, their students' level of English, and the scoring procedure. And then they design the item, the test item, based on the specification chart. In another study that we conducted in 2021, we analyzed 205 assessment instruments. These instruments were collected from in-service teachers, and we discovered that almost 60% of these instruments were tests, okay? And they focused on vocabulary and grammar mainly, and they used gut filling items, multiple choice items, open-ended questions, and matching. Those were the most used items in these analyzed assessment instruments. And the least used assessment tools that we found were scoring scales for peer and self-assessment. So our conclusion was that teachers assessed in a very traditional way, and they did not view themselves as skillful when they had to assess their students. This leads us to the study of scoring scales as a tool for assessing productive skills, and as a tool that has a list of criteria for a piece of work, and also levels of proficiency or levels of performance for each one of the criteria. A scoring scale has to be aligned with the task requirements and the stated objectives. And we can identify 4 types of scoring scales. We have rating scales, checklists, and then we have rubrics. And in the case of rubrics, we have analytic and holistic rubrics. So one of the tasks our pre-service teachers have to do is to take any rubric. They can download one rubric from the web, and then they have to adapt it for their students' needs, okay, for their students' learning needs. Because one of the issues that we have with scoring scales that are available on the web is that very often the language is very technical, is very complex, and students do not understand them. So the task our pre-service teachers have to do is to simplify these scoring scales in such a way that their students can really understand the scoring scale. Another important skill that is part of language assessment literacy is self and peer assessment. The teacher is not the only one who assesses, but students should also know that they can also take part in assessment. And that is very good for developing their self-monitoring skills and their autonomous skills, okay? Now, it is important to make, to model self and peer assessment, yeah? So it's not just a matter of asking the students to self and peer assess, but the process of self and peer assessment has to be modeled. Yeah, a student should know or should learn how to self and peer assess. This is another example of the kind of materials our pre-service teachers have to create or adapt. They have to create self-assessment scoring scales and peer assessment scoring scales based on their students' needs. Another component of language assessment literacy is feedback and feed-forward. These two approaches focus on providing students with information on how they're doing, what they need to improve, and how. Now, the difference is that feedback focuses on critiquing past work, whereas feed-forward focuses on the future and suggests advice on how to improve with clear guidance. So feedback can make learners feel a little bit defensive because it tends to focus on the person, whereas feed-forward can make learners feel much more motivated because it focuses on the task. In an assessment scenario, we need to combine feedback strategies with feed-forward strategies. Another important element of assessment, language assessment literacy, is the potential of gamification and emerging technologies. We have lots of gamification tools that can be used to provide formative assessment that can help students work at their own pace. These tools, if they are well used, can provide positive washback and can help students to self and peer assess. They have a great potential for assessment because they can increase a student's motivation to learn through fun features like music, avatars, or memes, and they can also offer students with meaningful feedback. A key component of assessment is differentiation. Yes. At least in our context, we're getting more and more students with special educational needs. So teachers have to differentiate, and they can differentiate contents, the material they teach, the content they teach. They can differentiate the teaching and learning process, and they can also differentiate the product the students have to hand in. And they can differentiate according to a student's readiness, according to a student's interests, and according to a student's learning profiles.
Excuse me, Claudio.
Yes.
You have 2 more minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Here we have some accommodation strategies. You can accommodate the way the information is presented, right? You can accommodate timing, right? Some students can take more time to complete a task. You can accommodate the scheduling. Some students can take sections of a test in a different order. So there are different strategies that you can use to differentiate and accommodate teaching and assessment. This is a task our pre-service teachers have to work on. They are provided with a lesson planning, and they need to include different differentiation and accommodation strategies in the different sections of the lesson planning. Finally, I just want to conclude by saying that pre-service teachers really need courses in language assessment because they really need to develop the skill of assessing their students. And it is very important that in assessment, fair is not always equal, right? Assessment requires accommodation and differentiation strategies. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Claudio. Ladies and gentlemen, we have learned so much from Dr. Diaz this morning, and I'm so interested in authentic assessment, especially when it comes to providing our students with it's not tests. Yeah, we just realized that, yeah, sometimes we mix up with these terms, tests, evaluations, and assessment. And well, we better now be careful of using the terms, yeah, because they have different meanings and purposes. So Claudio, ladies and gentlemen, please, you may write your questions on the chat box, or you can unmute yourself, yeah, to ask questions or raise your hands. Okay, so we have questions here from Ibu Kusuma Rasdiati. Thank you for the questions, Ibu. So yeah, I may read out for you, Claudio. Yeah, sometimes the teacher teaches the students by asking them to practice the multiple choice tests instead of delivering the materials. And this usually happens a few months before the students take the national exam. So we have national exam here, Claudio, for the high school students, yeah. So it's year 12 or year 13, yeah, in some countries. Although it has positive washback effect on learning, yeah, the students may gain knowledge about the language, such as grammar and vocabulary. It seems to violate an important principle of language testing. Namely, we test that we teach rather than we teach what we test. And what do you think about this issue? Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah, the thing is that when you have national tests, we also have national tests. We're talking about standardized testing. And what happens there is that very often we tend to prepare for the tests. And that can have a negative washback effect on teaching and learning. Because students can experience a lot of anxiety, and they can also think that they are being prepared just for the test. And testing and standardized testing is quite different from classroom assessment. Yes, because classroom assessment is connected with the kind of tests and assessments that teachers create. But then standardized testing offers other challenges for teachers, and we need to be very careful about the negative washback effect that standardized testing can have on our students. Now, I guess this is also culturally based. Yes.
Yeah.
Because it really depends on the context, especially if we're talking about countries in which standardized testing has been done for quite a long time. So then students are used to standardized testing.
That's right.
But in other contexts in which standardized testing is not used, then that can have a negative effect on students.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Okay, we have a few questions. Okay, I would like to give the next one for Pak Heki. He's raising his hand. Yeah, go for it, Pak Heki.
Okay, well, thank you, Busari, for the questions, for the chance to be given to me. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Claudio, nice to meet you. How are you?
Hello, nice to meet you.
Okay, so this is something interesting for talking about the assessment. I'd like to talk about the assessment, but I just want to ask you something concerning about the contribution of the traditional assessment to be given for assessing the students today. As we know that traditional assessments are commonly categorized or characterized by multiple choice tests, okay? And today we sometimes tell the teachers to avoid using the traditional assessment. However, something that we need to think about the TOEFL and IELTS, because they are supposed to provide the multiple choice test, and of course, referring to the criteria, so they are categorized into traditional assessment. But why do we still believe in the TOEFL and IELTS to be the internationally standardized tests to be given to the students, especially when they want to go abroad, for example? As we know, they are supposed to be traditional assessment. So this is something, what is that, confusing, yeah? When today we like to avoid using the traditional assessment containing about the multiple choice test, but we like to use TOEFL and IELTS as the standardized test to be given. What do you think, Claudio? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. I don't want to demonize traditional testing. Yes, I think in an assessment program, you need to include traditional assessment and authentic assessment. So you need to keep a balance between traditional testing and authentic assessment. When we talk about standardized tests, and when you think of any of the standardized exams, I think they combine traditional testing with more authentic tasks. When I say more authentic task, I'm thinking of the speaking and writing sections in which you usually have to do much more authentic activities. But in the case of reading and listening, they tend to be very traditional. I think it all depends on the student's purpose, because if you are preparing yourself for a traditional exam, if you want to enter an international university, you have to get familiarized with traditional testing. And that implies that teachers of English who are working with students who are preparing themselves for international exams should use traditional testing. Yes. But the point, I think the key point, at least I'm thinking of our pre-service teachers, is that if you're going to use traditional testing items, you need to learn how to create them well. Because a multiple choice may seem a very easy item to be created. And to create a multiple choice is quite a hard task for a pre-service teacher and for an in-service teacher. And very often, at least one of the activities that I do is that I pick a bunch of multiple choice items or true or false items, and I ask my students to analyze how the language assessment principles are violated in those items. So if you're going to use traditional testing, what we have to do in the teacher education programs is to teach our pre-service teachers to construct, to design good items.
That's
okay. Thank you.
very interesting. Yeah, thank you so much, Pak Heki and Claudio. The next question is from Ibu Ika Fitriani. So she's interested in differentiation in assessment, and it is stated in your slide that differentiation can be through product. And can you please share the tips for the teacher how to assess students' work when there are a number of differences or different products in one class? And okay, thank you for that, for the response.
I think the challenge there is that we tend to think that in order to be fair, all of our students should produce the same outcomes.
Mm. Yeah, that's right.
And what we need to take into consideration is our aims.
Mm.
What learning aims or what learning outcomes we want to assess.
Mhm.
And then when we identify those learning outcomes, those
Mhm.
learning aims,
Mhm.
we can think of different tasks or different activities
Mm.
that can meet that particular learning aim.
Right.
Some of these tasks can be oral tasks for
Mhm.
some students, and for some other students, it could be written tasks, but you
Mm.
are assessing the same aim.
Right.
So what we need to pay attention to is what learning aim we are assessing.
Mhm.
And then once you identify that, you can think of, it's impossible to meet every single student's needs, but
Right.
at least you can think of a couple of products
Right.
that students can produce
Mhm.
and that they differentiate their learning.
Mhm. Mhm. Because they have different competence, right, Claudio?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So the next question is from Ibu Gallo. So she would like to have your opinion about teaching special needs students. And is in her research, recent research, she found that teachers of special school prefer to adjust and differentiate the English teaching materials and the assessment for students. So is it actually fine to not fully cope with the targeted English learning and assessment by education a minister designed for for special school? So if you disagree, do you have any other way to, to bridge that?
So the question is, what the Ministry of Education is suggesting on the one hand, what is happening in the classroom in terms of assessment?
Okay, Ibu Gallo, would you like to add or raise your hand? So is it, yeah. Ibu Gallo? Yes, that's exactly what she wants to ask.
Yes. Yeah, that's also a challenge we have in the Chilean system. But what we need to take into consideration is that I think today we're getting more and more students with special educational needs.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
we
right.
need to think of differentiation and accommodation strategies for those students, because we want those students to succeed in their learning process. Yes. So the word success has to be reconceptualized. The word success is not the same word for every single student.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that each of our students should succeed according to their learning needs, according to their interests, and according to the special educational needs they have. I think policymakers have to work hard on creating policies that can enforce the assessment tasks that teachers have to do in the classroom. Because one thing is what policymakers want to achieve as a country, and another thing is what's happening in the classroom.
Yeah, I
so
agree.
we teachers face that issue, that on the one hand we have a Ministry of Education that is suggesting one thing, and on the other hand we teachers are experiencing a quite different reality in the classroom. But I think our role as a teacher is to meet the needs of our students.
That's right. We know the best of our students. Thank you so much, Claudio. We're reaching the end of our session. So, Bapak Ibu, we are not going to take another question because the time is up. But I would like to conclude, something from your talk. Yeah, we have, teachers are continuously doing assessment, and from Dr. Diaz today, we've learned that, new insights on how to provide authentic assessment, which requires us to perform tests, constructed response and student constructed response as well, and direct evidence. And I've also learned today that we are not only giving the students feedback, but also we're giving the student feed forwards, and we need to combine these two approaches to be able to give our students effective assessment. Thank you very much for your time, Dr. Diaz. Shall we give a round of applause for Dr. Diaz for his sessions today?
Thank you. Thank you very
And
much.
you
It was
have a
really a pleasure.
Thank you so much, and have a lovely evening, Claudio. Thank you very much.
You.
Okay,
Yeah.
back to you, MCs. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, everyone, we are going to continue into the next exciting keynote speaker presentation. We would like to invite Ibu Sinta Tresnadewi to be
Yes, I'm here.
To be pinned up in our virtual room here. Good morning, Ibu Sinta.
Morning, everyone.
It's a pleasure and honor to have you here this morning.
Thank you.
Everybody, Ibu Bapak, ladies and gentlemen, our dear students, we are coming into our next keynote speaker. We have our beloved Ibu Dr. Sinta Tresnadewi, our senior lecturer at the English Department of Universitas Negeri Malang. Ibu Sinta has had 30 years of extensive research and teaching experience at our English department. Her research interest includes English language assessment, autonomous learning, teaching of English as foreign language, current issues in education. Ibu Sinta is currently a member of a research group in a collaboration with 3 universities in Indonesia, doing a research and development study on developing a proficiency test for Indonesian English teachers. We are very excited today to have Ibu Sinta to share with us her concern about our new curriculum, the Curriculum Merdeka, with an inclusion of a new skill that may be quite new for all of us, the viewing skill. Ibu Sinta will present a paper, a research entitled Viewing Skill, a skill of reading images. Should it be incorporated in EFL curriculum? Everybody, we will be listening to Ibu Sinta Tresnadewi. Ibu?
Thank you, Wisnita. How long do I have?
We have 40 minutes for presentation and
40?
15 minutes for question and answer.
All right. So I think I can do it less than that.
Of course, then we will have more time for the discussion. That will be even better for us. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Visita. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So here I
Good morning, Ibu.
To share my presentation. All right. Yeah. Viewing skill, a skill of reading images. Yeah. So far when we talk about reading, in our mind we will think, or we will talk about written materials. Yeah.
books, yeah, with text, yeah. But in our newest curriculum Merdeka, we have viewing skill, yeah. Two skills are added, yeah, to the 4 skills that we have known so far. So far we have listening, speaking, reading, writing, and now we have 2 more skill, that is viewing skill and presenting or presentation skill. Yeah. Okay, so today I would like to talk a bit on this, yeah. A bit on the history, a bit on the what can we as teachers do in class, yeah. How later we'll talk about a bit on how to assess it, yeah. I believe that there are already many, or there have been many discussions on this, yeah, even maybe workshops, yeah. But today I hope that by having this session, hopefully that we can have more discussions and also later more practical questions. Yeah, what can we do in class? All right. So when the question is, should it be incorporated into EFL curricula? In this case, I would like also to talk about a bit, yeah, on if it is already in our curriculum, what will happen to teacher colleges, for example, like UM, yeah, like UNP, like whatever the university which have the English language education departments, yeah, whether those institutions have to also include this new skill in the courses. All right, so that's a bit on what I'm going to talk today. And first, I would like to show you this. Yeah. In your chat box, I think you can give your comments. Yeah. How do you feel when you see this picture, for example? Yeah. Whether those who haven't had the breakfast, yeah, feels hungry, starving, yes. So this is the, what's it? The influence, yeah, that an image can give the viewer, actually, yeah. So by just looking this picture or this image, actually, you can have that kind of feeling, yeah. Whether the feeling is, okay, this is from Agradean, delicious burger with French fries, which can satiate our hunger. Much exciting, yes. You see, so you have different feelings on it. Yeah, those who don't like burger would say, "Oh, I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like it. Oh, it's not interesting to me." Most of the time, okay, but it seems that most of you like it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. It should be the other picture. Okay. Yeah. So that's the influence of an image to us. Yeah. Especially deep inside. Yeah. We have that kind of feelings, although there is no text. Yeah. There is nothing over there. Yeah. You just see the image. Yeah. But suddenly you feel that you are hungry, you want to go to maybe McDonald's or Burger King, yeah, to buy one even. Yeah. That's the influence of an advertisement, actually. Yeah. So by having the very good picture, so if you later when you buy it, actually it is not like this. Yeah. So the real thing is not as mouth watering as it is actually. Yeah. It's not that high. Yeah. Maybe the meat part there is not that thick. Yeah. So it turns out that it's quite thin. Yeah. And the taste is, well, just so, yeah, something like that. So, but actually at the beginning, yeah, when you see this picture, you have that kind of feeling, yeah, whether you like it a lot, or maybe if you don't like it, you don't like it. Yeah, you just skip the picture there. Yeah. And to make this kind of picture, of course, there must be efforts to do, yeah, so that when it is an ad, then people will really want to buy it. Yeah. So another example is what is online. Yeah. Many times I get this. I've got this for the last few days. Yeah. Rawon. Yeah. Again, when you read the caption, yeah, rawon listed as top 10 most delicious soups in the world. Yeah, even is #1. Then suddenly, of course, you really want to eat it. Yeah, you really want to taste it. Yeah. So people who don't know exactly what rawon is, yeah, of course, they are also influenced. Yeah, they really want to try it or to taste it. Yeah. How very the most delicious soup in the world like or taste. Yeah. And for us who live not maybe in our places, yeah, in our place we don't have this kind of dish. Of course, you also imagine, yeah. Oh, unfortunately, I don't live in East Java, yeah, so it's hard for me to find rawon, yeah. Maybe in Sumatra, yeah, maybe in Kalimantan, yeah. So of course, we have that kind of feeling, yeah. So that's the influence of images or whatever it is. Yeah, it is not only images. Yeah, nowadays you have videos, yeah, short videos, reels, yeah, in Instagrams, and so on. There are so many, and maybe every second you will find new video, a new image, yeah, that you see, and actually this is it becomes a part of our life. Yeah. Now the question is, why should the students, our students, yeah, especially in our English classes, yeah, why should they learn about this? Yeah. Is there any theories behind it? Yeah. So let us start with the more serious one. Yes. When we talk about the definitions, there are many. Yeah, there are many, but actually they come to the same idea. Yeah. The first it is from let's see, you have the I put the time there. Yeah, it was in 1978. Yeah, it is already talked about. Yeah, that it is called as visual literacy, not viewing skill yet. Yeah, so at the very beginning, originally it was called as visual literacy. Yeah, if you read books or references, find, or in the internet you can type visual literacy. Yeah. So according to Osborne and Osborne, visual literacy includes a group of skills enabling an individual to understand and use visual images for intentionally communicating with others. Yeah, so this is a way of communicate something to others. Yeah, in this case, to the audience. Yeah. Visual literacy refers to the ability to construct meanings from visual images, yeah, according to Georgis et al., 1999. Yeah. So they come to, in this case, Georgis added something, yeah, that the ability to construct meanings. Yeah. So when we go back to the example of burger just now, then we can see that we use our senses, yeah, by viewing, by wanting to taste it. Actually, it is another kind of our sense. Yeah. Then we think about it. Yeah. So the individual, according to the first definition, individual to understand and use visual images for intentionally communicating with others. Yeah? So in this case, those who make the picture on the burger, for example, wants to communicate with us. Yeah, want to tell us how delicious it looks. Burger is. Yeah, and also we want to construct the meanings. Yeah, so for Rawan, I think we can see that we think about how come, yeah, rawon becomes the most delicious soup in the world. Yeah, how come? And then you want to compare with other kinds of soup. Yeah, the second rank, the third rank. Yeah, mostly Japanese soups. Yeah, so you want to compare it. Yeah. Another definition, visual literacy refers to the ability to understand. Yeah, understand. So in this case, it is a kind of what's it? Receptive skill. Yeah, it's just like reading. Yeah, but in this case, through our vision, understand and to use images. Yeah, in this case, later you can give your comments. Yeah, it is only writing, but can also be orally, yeah, spoken. Yeah, so you give your comments. Just now you give your comment, yeah, about burger. Yeah, as well as to think and learn in terms of images. Yeah, think and learn in terms of images. This is it's meant that you have also your comment on the way the picture is presented. Yeah, maybe from the colors, maybe from the lighting. Yeah, so not only the comments on the essence of the picture as a food or as something that is the most delicious in the world, but also you can also give comment on whether the lighting really helps. Yeah, the picture looks so tempting. Yeah, or the colors. Yeah, the colors that the person used, yeah, in this case, to produce that kind of picture. Yeah. And last 2012, yeah, in 2012, yes, already a long time ago, actually, more than 10 years ago, the ability to make meaning, again, make meaning, yeah, just like the previous definition, from information in the form of the image. The reader of this image has the competence or ability to interpret, evaluate, and represent the meaning in visual forms. Yeah. So this is actually the, let's say, the learning outcome. Yeah. That when we present this as a course or a topic in our class, then we expect that our students can interpret, evaluate, and telling the meaning, yeah, or maybe the not only what we can see from the picture, but maybe behind the picture, yeah, something behind the picture that the students can get, yeah, so represent the meaning in visual forms, yeah. Here, for example, we have this little girl, yeah, also pay attention. She's paying attention to pictures. Yeah. So we actually can have not only what is there as a picture that we can see, but also we can also talk about the mother. Do you think the mother is there? Yeah. When you want to ask your students a question, do you think the mother is there? Why do you think she is sitting alone there? Do you think that around the girls there are maybe her siblings, or maybe she is alone and maybe her mother was busy doing something else? Do you think that when a young girl like this, a very small girl like this, watching pictures, or maybe nowadays they have the tablets or handphones, yeah, with them, watching something, do you think that the parents should be with her or with him? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so this is the way the teacher or the parents, yeah, can make meanings about a picture, although it is just one picture, and also it's just a still photo, yeah, diam, yeah. So it is not moving like a video. That's things, yeah, related to visual literacy, or nowadays you call it as viewing skill. Yeah. Now, let us see the characteristics of visual literacy. Cognitive ability, but also draws on the affective domain. Yes, yeah. Now, cognitive in this case, when you talk about a particular topic, let's say you are teaching on a descriptive text, yeah, on what's it, a place, yeah, like you talk about Borobudur, for example, yeah, descriptive text on Borobudur, for example, yeah, is about a place. Yeah, you can show them a picture of Borobudur or a picture of people around Borobudur, maybe with the Borobudur picture or image, yeah, behind it. Yeah. So you can talk about the descriptive text itself, how students have to describe Borobudur. Yeah, of course, you will have those generic structure, you have the linguistic features, and so on. Yeah. Besides that, actually, you can also go to the affective domain. Yeah, talking about how to preserve, yeah, candi-candi in around Indonesia, not only Borobudur. Yeah, so you can also make a generalization talking about candi in general. How about the life of people around Borobudur? Yeah, because nowadays people supposed to sell around it. Yeah, it's quite close now. Even tourists have to visit, pay a lot, yeah, to go upstairs, and so on and so on. Yeah, so you are not talking about only the topic on descriptive text, yeah, but you can go further or beyond cognitive ability and go on to the affective domain. And then another characteristic is that includes the ability to write and code and read. Of course, at first they decode it, yeah, to see the picture first, and later they talk about it or they write about it. Is this learnable and teachable? Yes. Yeah. So this is not something that is like an art, yeah, that everyone has different feelings of it. It's okay. Yeah. So if you have different comments, different feelings, yeah, different feelings, yeah, most on your feeling on it, your perception on it. Yeah, it is different. It's okay. Yeah, so you can teach the students, and the students can also learn it. It is not isolated from other sensory skills. Yes, yeah, in this case, reading, yeah, speaking, writing. So they are integrated. Yeah, actually, this skill is integrated to other skills. Yeah, not only reading and listening, which are receptive, but also later to the productive skills. Visual literacy incorporates theories from a variety of fields of inquiry. Yeah, in this case, actually, it comes from linguistics. Yeah, when we talk about language, then it is as semiotics, yeah, where we learn about in semiotics. Yeah, we learn about signs, symbols. Yeah, so image is included in that. Yeah. Also, the theory of communication. Actually, yeah, you talk about multi where actually in our life, we always find something that is not only one mode. Let's say in our life, at home, we find people. Yeah. We have more people. Yeah. We talk to them, or maybe we talk by the phone. Yeah. So by having that, actually, it is multi-modes. Yeah. We live in our multi-modes world. Yeah. So you also read, you also watch TV, do something with the computer, and so on. Yeah. So this is what the students should know. Actually, it is kind of representing, yeah, the real world in our classroom, and doing the same thing. Yeah, that the students can also have the podcast and so on and so forth. Yeah, and nowadays they are already exposed to those things. And then included in receptive skills with listening and reading. Yes. Yeah. So these are all the characteristics. Now, this is a bit that I also already mentioned just now. Why learning and teaching viewing skill then? Yeah. With the growing importance of images and audiovisual text in our daily lives, and the increased integration of audiovisual material in English classes since 1990s. Yeah, actually, we are a bit late already. Yeah. So in 1990s, viewing and also called audio visual comprehension have been incorporated as receptive skills besides listening and reading, yeah, according to Sorkham and Vibrock. Yeah. So actually, we are already a bit late. Yeah. So when we started Curriculum Merdeka in 2022, so just imagine, we are late around 30 years. Yeah. Yeah, because in other countries, they already include a few years ago, included the viewing skill, yeah, in the curriculum. Another reason, current technological changes are leading to the new dominance of the image, yeah, as I said just now, from the dominance of the book to the dominance of the medium of the screen. Yeah. So that's the of course nowadays it is into 2007, but especially nowadays, yeah, it becomes more massive, of course. Yeah. So it's high time, yeah, that actually we include viewing skill in our curriculum. So what the government have done so far is, to me, it's good. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, because although it's been about 30 years late, but at last they started it. Yeah, so I think it is good. All right, let's continue to some activities to develop students' viewing skills. Yeah. So what can we do actually to help our students get accustomed to, or even have the skill, yeah, to view things? Yeah. Of course, it should be critically. Yeah, it has something to do with critical thinking. Yeah, so it is not only see the picture as it is, yeah, but they have to think critically of what happened besides it or beyond it. So let me give you an example here. Picture here, yeah. So you have this picture, and then at first you can start with writing captions about this. Yeah. So there is a pregnant woman here sitting in a public transportation, and some men there sitting beside her. Yeah. So you can ask your students to give at first captions. Yeah. So it can be done individually or pair or in a small group. Because it's just a caption. It's just a it is well, the language components included in it is simple present or present continuous tense, and the media used in this case image. Yeah, you can take it from the internet, from Facebook, or from Instagram. Yeah, it's up to you. All right. So when the students have done that, you can ask the students to tell the class, yeah, what is the caption? Yeah. So I found it. The caption is like this. Yeah, growing beard doesn't make you a man. Growing beard doesn't make you a man. All right. So if that was the first activity that you ask your students to do, then you can have the follow-up activities. Yeah. For example, explaining the image. Yeah. At first, they are not supposed to explain anything yet. Yeah. They're just supposed to make just a caption. Yeah. You can ask the students to, all right, now explain what you think, what you feel, yeah, about the picture. Yeah. So again, it can be done individually. I think it's individual, yeah, because comments can come from only individuals. Yeah. It can be different, yeah, one student from another. And then the emphasis, of course, can be on writing or speaking. And the media, images from the internet or FB or Instagram, just same. And the genre can be descriptive. Yeah, if you just ask the students to describe, oh, there is a woman, a pregnant woman standing in the public transportation. I think this is a train, yeah, or mass rapid transport, MRT. Yeah, it's up to you, or up to the students. Yeah, as long as it is a kind of descriptive text. Yeah, it is they describe the picture. Yeah, or it can be also recount. Yeah, you ask the students to imagine. Yeah, that one day, yeah, when they were in a public transport, they saw, yeah, this situation. Yeah, so just tell the story or the experience that the students have related to the experience, yeah, related to what happened in the public transport. Yeah, so in this case, you can ask them to write imaginary recount, yeah, to tell the story or experience. Or you can also, when the students are bigger or have the kate of their argumentative explanation text, yeah. So you can ask the students to make an argumentative text, yeah, whether they agree or disagree to the situation. Maybe they talk about emancipation, yeah. Maybe they talk that the man over there looks tired and so on, yeah. So by having this one picture, actually, you can relate it to different genres, yeah, that are in the our curriculum, actually. Yeah. All right. So at first you can start with a simple activity, and later you can continue to more, not only serious, yeah, in this case, yeah, the thing that students need to contemplate more, yeah. So how they feel, how they talk about this picture. Yeah. Okay, so that's another example. Yeah. We can also have infographic. Yeah. Nowadays, infographic is everywhere as well. Yeah. So you can find a very interesting topic according to your students. Yeah. Here, I tried to find infographic on mental health awareness. This is not in Indonesia, it is in Canada. Now, in Canada, this is something that maybe you need to explain to the students first how to read an infographic, yeah, because sometimes, or maybe not all students understand, yeah, how to read with the colors, yeah, here different colors, yeah, representing something. So, of course, before you start with this activity, you have to start with the pre-activity first. Later we will talk about that. Yeah, pre-activity first, talking about what infographic is, about the topic, mental health, and so on, and then you can present this as the first activity on a particular genre, maybe. Yeah, so you can start with viewing skill first. Yeah, all right. So in this case, after they understand, yeah, they understand the graph here, then they can give their comments, or they can discuss it with their friends. Yeah. So here, 1 in 5 people, 1 in 5 people in Canada this year will experience a mental illness or addiction problem. Yeah. Next, 38% of Canadians will experience a mental illness before the age of 15. Yeah. So you have the image here as a symbol of young people, yeah, below 15. And 50% of Canadians will have or have had a mental illness by the age of 40. Yeah, so you have the symbol here. Yeah, so it is another way, not only a complete image, but you can also teach the students to understand symbols. Yeah, in this case, this is a symbol of a hospital. 40% of Canadians seek mental health services for their mental illness. Yeah, so from this, actually, you can let the students think that, you see, students, from this, yeah, after they learn this, from let's say 50% of Canadians, yeah, have had mental illness, but only 14% of them seek for help. 30% females are more likely to use mental health services than males. Yeah. Now, this is another problem. Yeah, you can have the students discuss among themselves. Yeah, why only female are more likely to use mental health services. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, so from this, let's say, simple graph or infographic, yeah, actually you can talk a lot about it. Yeah, related to mental health, and nowadays many young people, yeah, also face this. Yeah. So it can be a very good way of teaching not only the content, yeah, but also effectively it is on the character education, something like that. Yeah. So not only cognitive, but also affective. Another example, you can also use chart or graph. Yeah. So you can also find an interesting topic. Yeah. Interesting topics like this. Top 10 top 10 fast food restaurants worldwide by value in 2019. I could not find a newer one. Yeah. So it is not just ad. It is not an advertisement, but actually this is facts, yeah, because it is based on a survey, I believe. Yeah. So McDonald's is in the first place. Yeah. With the value. Yeah, you call it as brand value. And then the second one far below Starbucks and so on. Yeah. So you can also ask the students to talk about this. Yeah. And of course, later when they are when they really have to face the world, yeah, when they has stopped their education, or maybe now they will face these kinds of things that they have to read every day. Yeah, seeing graphs, yeah, seeing infographics, and they have to understand it. They must be able to internalize it. Yeah, meaning what is behind it. Yeah. So when we talk about this is only the fact, yeah, that we can see. But you can ask your students again things beyond this. Yeah, like why do you think students, yeah, McDonald's can have the highest position, yeah, among all the 10 fast food restaurants worldwide? Yeah, why not Burger King, for example? Or maybe this is the oldest, yeah, fast food restaurant. Okay, so you can also ask the students to review or to check it clearly, or check it really in the internet. Yeah, what actually the background? Yeah, why could McDonald's here is in the first place? Yeah, not Starbucks. Yeah. Not KFC. KFC is also, it's old already. Yeah, but KFC is only. Does it mean that because people like to have more on the burgers other than coffee or chicken? Yeah. So you can also ask the students to explore more the internet, or maybe just according to the idea. Yeah. Why? Yeah. So there are many more questions that you can ask. Yeah. Let me continue to the next example. Dictating or transcribing an image. Yeah. Teacher students or student drawing or guessing game. Yeah. Just like when you have the teacher, yeah, in this case, yeah, the teacher has a picture of, let's say, a garden, for example. Yeah. Then you will tell your students, you will ask the students to guess. Yeah. The teacher giving the correct place where you go in the afternoon, for example, when it is not raining. Yeah. A park, for example. Not garden, yeah, it's a park. And then there are many people of any age over there in the afternoon. Yeah. And then, so ask the students to guess. Yeah. So this is a kind of listening, and so, okay, descriptive text. Yeah. But you started with actually without image first. Yeah. You tell the students about the image. Yeah. Guessing key. Yeah. In this case. Yeah. Ask the students to guess until they come to the correct answer. It's a park. Okay, good. Then you can show the picture to them. Yeah. Now, you can also do it among themselves, yeah? Not only teacher to students, but can also among themselves, yeah? Student-student activity. So the language skill emphasis is listening and speaking. And the media can be images, again, from the internet, or Facebook, or picture cards. Yeah. And the genre is descriptive. You can use an object, you can use people, animal, yeah, places, yeah, anything. Yeah. But of course, when you start the activity with this kind of games, of course, the students will be happy, yeah, and you can later continue to the a real descriptive text, yeah. They are supposed to read, they are supposed to recognize the characteristics and so on, yeah. But again, when you want to start with this activity, it is also interesting, yeah. And in a way, you teach viewing skill to the students, yeah. Okay, next. Yeah, I like this activity because I also do it in my class. Ordering a picture story. Yeah. So actually this is jumbled. Yeah. And in our university, Universitas Negeri Malang, we have English Self-Access Center where we also make or put some comics, yeah, in our Self-Access Center. The way I use the comics there, it is just cut out from the Jakarta Post. Yeah. So this is, for example, a comic strip in the Jakarta Post entitled Ferdinand. Yeah, Ferdinand. Yeah. So it is supposed to be a funny comic. It is supposed to be funny, and usually I ask different things, different activities to the students. Yeah. First, it is actually not jumbled. Yeah. So today I just made it into jumbled comic strips. Yeah. But actually, when in our Self-Access Center, actually it is there. Yeah. They just need to understand the story. Yeah. So I said choose one picture or one comic strip and then write down the story. Yeah. Tell me the story in written form. I don't want to see the strips, but I just want to read your story. Yeah. If you can make me laugh, then you are successful. Yeah, this is for the first semester students, usually in the independent study activities. Yeah. So you want to do, usually I ask them, do you want to do writing activity? Yes, ma'am. All right. So I will give you this material. Yeah. Choose the comic strips. There are many, yeah, in our Self-Access Center. So I ask them to find any comic strip that you think is interesting and easy to tell, then write down. Yeah, later give the story to me. I don't want to see the comic strips. I just want to read your writing. Yeah, and then make me laugh again. You can make me understand the story. You are successful. Yeah, something like that. But there is, of course, there is no because this is independent study activity. Yeah, so there is no scoring whatever. Yeah, so I just said later on, no, I still don't understand your story. Yeah, so you need to learn more. Yeah, so I explain things. Yeah, that is not appropriate. Maybe with the tenses. Yeah, maybe with the sequence. Yeah, so actually it can be related to procedure text. Yeah, so let us see. Ordering a picture story followed by class discussion and writing up the story. Individual or small group is okay. Language skill emphasis can be speaking later and writing. Yeah, as I usually do, or they can also report to the class. Telling what the comic strip that they have. Media comic strips or webtoons from the internet, carousel images from Instagram, and can be from manual book. Yeah, this is for SMK, yeah, if you have this kind of manual book that the students know, so you cut it, yeah, the scan, the cut, make it jumbled like this, yeah, and the students are supposed to first, of course, make it in a good sequence or order, yeah. So I hope the audience have got the story, yeah. All right, let me give you the answer then. Yeah, it should be like this, yeah. So the young boy kicked the ball and it hits, yeah. This is what the students should imagine, yeah. Yeah, this is by the end of the story here, it should be aquarium, yeah, although fish is not clear here. And the student, the young boy just go to the bathroom and put all the fish there. Yeah. So this is the answer. Hopefully you can get the correct answer. And after the following up activity can be asking the students to tell the story, whether orally or written. Yeah. Yes.
Ibu
We have
Sinta,
another.
very, very exciting, but we have about 3 minutes left. Thank you very much.
So just 3 minutes, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pusnita. I will do it very quickly. So actually, for the techniques, you can do it like what you have done so far in class. So before viewing, you have to activate the schemata, asking questions, setting the purpose. During viewing, you can ask questions, what's going on in this picture? What do you see that makes you say that? What more can we find? Yeah. And then after viewing, you can ask the students to analyze, summarize, reflect, infer, create, or present. Yeah. And then the last will be on the how to assess. Yeah. Again, because it is critical thinking is there, yeah, for the cognitive knowledge and also the affective. So the questions should be a kind of critical questions. Yeah. What title would you give to this image? Yeah. For example, this is an ad of a shampoo. Who do you think the person in the painting? What information can the audience get from the image? Information. Do you feel involved with or detached from the situation? Yeah, because this is a girl, yeah. So maybe for the boys, yes, I don't feel any involvement in the picture. It doesn't relate to me. And how is the color affect you? Yeah, or maybe the lighting and so on. Yeah, there are so many questions on it. Next, what about the affective domain then? As I said earlier, it is on character education, yeah, whether the students can appreciate, can empathize to the situation in this case. So this is kecelakaan ibu-ibu terkapar. So you can ask questions like, when you were there, what would you do? Do you think it is necessary to take picture or video to accidents? Yeah. And then when you have the statement, when you have the victim, you could be considered as the one who had caused the accident. Do you agree with this statement? Yeah. So this is a questions on actually the affective domain. Yeah. All right. So at the end, I would like to make a conclusion of this talk, whether including viewing skill in EFL curricula is important. Yes, yeah. So viewing helps students to slow down, reflect, and think about the images they are seeing, and develop the knowledge and skills to analyze and evaluate visual text and multimedia text that use visuals. Viewing also helps students acquire information and appreciate ideas and experiences visually communicated by others. And viewing, of course, will become part of English language curricula in many more countries in the near future. And we as teachers need to be able to help our students become more effective viewers. Yeah. So the implications, of course, there needs to be specific multimodality and visual literacy training on pre-service and in-service training courses. including, of course, in teacher colleges like UM. Yes, that's the end of my talk. Thank you, Bu Yusnita.
Thank you very much for very insightful presentation, Bu Sinta. Everyone, we started with a question from Sinta whether or not we should put viewing skill in the curricula, and we have got comprehensive presentation with starting from the theory into the practical application up until the conclusion, the answer to the first question. Very enlightening for all of us, and it's also very exciting. So we are moving forward with the language development using different resources now, which is the images. Everybody in the member of audience, we invite you to share your thoughts, ask questions, so that we can discuss here at this session. If you have any question, you can put it up in our chat box, or you can also raise your hand. We can invite you to speak up in the Zoom room. We have one question from Ibu Lestari. The question is, Bu Sinta, do you think we need to integrate the viewing literacy only to language skills? I think we need to understand the question first, maybe. Would you like some clarification by inviting Ibu Lestari to speak up, Bu Sinta?
Okay. Yes, that would be
okay. Good. Ibu Lestari, we are inviting you to rephrase and clarify your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Yusnita, for inviting me. It was a very good presentation, Bu Sinta, and you have introduced a new term for me myself, that is the viewing literacy. And I'd like to ask you, do you think it works only for language skills? How come then subjects, especially in the higher level of education?
I see. So
thank you.
For example, content subjects, yeah, like maybe language assessment.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yes, because we teach teachers to be so, and they will teach viewing skill later on, and they are supposed to teach viewing skill later on. So of course, in any course, in this case, in our university, I believe that we have to include it. Yeah. For example, in my class assessment, yeah, language learning assessment, of course, I will teach them how to assess viewing skill. Yeah. So of course, we have to start with what viewing skill is. Yeah. What we expect our the students later, their students later, to accomplish, yeah, by mastering viewing skill. Yeah. So I will tell the students first about viewing skill, visual literacy, and then things like today that I'm doing today. And then I will teach them, in this case, because the subject is language learning assessment, then I will talk more about how to assess. Yeah. But when our class is on classroom management, of course, we have to talk about how to manage the class when teaching viewing skill. Yeah. Another thing, let's say in what class? Another TEFL class, of course, you will talk about method. Yeah, the method, how to teach, something like that. So I believe that it should be incorporated into not only the, in this case, we have listening and reading classes. Yeah. So I think when you teach a writing class, it's also, you can do it. Speaking class, you can do it. Yeah. And then later to pedagogical courses, yeah, especially, yeah, you can also include viewing skill in it. That's it.
Thank you so much, Ibu Sinta, for your answer. Thank you, Bu Lestari, for your question. To clarify a little bit, maybe Ibu Sinta was presenting or explaining about visual literacy, and viewing skills. So the question was actually not about viewing literacy. So we want to have it clear between us probably.
Yes.
We also have another question from Ibu Utari. Ibu Sinta, would there be possible to ask the students to provide the images by themselves so that they can view images a bit deeper, maybe?
Yes, of course, Ibu Utari. Yes, of course. Yeah. So, of course, the teacher must be prepared. Yeah, about different pictures that they bring. If you have, well, very general questions to them, just like the 3 questions that I proposed just now, I think it can do well with all kinds of images. Yeah. For example, what can you see in the picture? Yeah. What do you think the people in there, whether, yeah, blah, 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 yeah. Do you feel involved in it, and so on, yeah. So if you have very general questions asking about the picture, so any kind of pictures can be asked with the same questions, yeah. So they're supposed to answer by themselves, yeah. Meaning later on, of course, your burden will be harder because you have to cater one student and another students one by one, in this case, yeah, because they have different pictures. Yeah, but it is also possible. Maybe they can find the pictures in a group, yeah, maybe so that it won't be too hard for you, yeah, if you have to see, and of course you yourself have to understand effectively the image that the students bring. Yeah, so maybe they are supposed to submit, yeah, first the pictures, yeah, so that later you can learn the picture by themselves, by yourself first, before actually they talk about their own pictures. Yeah. Maybe one day before or a week before, yeah, they are supposed to submit the pictures first. Yeah. Okay, I think it's possible.
Thank you so much,
I have
Bu
a
Sinta. Yes, we
question.
will have one last question from Pak Yudi.
Oh yeah, Bu Sinta, from what I heard from your explanation, it seems that viewing is limited to pictures. If that is the case, or images, if that is the case, this then becomes an old way of looking at resources. Because like in the past, you already know still pictures and comic strips, and also there is a strategy PQRS, preview, questions, reading, and surveying. Yeah. But what I think is the 6 elements in the curriculum, starting from listening, speaking, reading, viewing, and writing, presenting, they are a cycle which emphasize viewing as viewing to movies, films like YouTube, because today is the era of the social media and also the moving pictures like videos. Yeah. So, what do you think about this? Because this is to face the trends into this world. Yeah, we are not going back to still pictures and things like that, but we are moving to the current trends, video making, social media, and also YouTubers, all of these things. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes, yes, Pak Yudi, thank you. I give examples mostly on images, yeah, but actually it can be multimodal. Yeah, multimodal means it can be from especially today's. Yeah, I think I mentioned, yeah, TikTok, Reels, Instagram Reels, yeah, YouTube Shorts. Yeah. I think it can be any. It even not only images. It can be also a podcast. Maybe just in our listening class, yeah, listening to podcasts. But it is another case. Yeah, when we just let the students to listen to podcast, it means particularly this is listening. Yeah, but when in the podcast you can see the people speaking over there, then we can also give comments. Yeah, just like in Teddy Kopush's podcast, for example. Well, it is in bahasa Indonesia actually, but we can ask the students, what do you think when you see the interviewee? Yeah, it seems that she is angry. Is that right? Yeah. So you can also ask questions on how the interviewee reacts, yeah, to those kind of questions. Yeah. Yes, Pak Yudi. So it is not only limited to still images.
Also
Yeah,
in
it can be
videos.
any kind of sources.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I feel like I learned a lot from Pak Yudi and Bu Sinta's discussion. I'm very lucky today to be here. And everybody should feel the same way, I guess. We learned a lot from this. So everyone, visual literacy, viewing skill is something that only come up in our curriculum, but this is also something that has been discussed and in the research a long time ago. So it's been brought back into our awareness, our realization, into questions, whether we in the teacher training institutes, teacher training colleges should train our teachers to optimize the use of visuals. And that shall conclude our Ibu Sinta's presentations at this session. Thank you so much, Bu Sinta. I would like to invite everyone to give a big round of applause and
Thank you.
your emojis to Ibu Sinta. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. I shall give the session to the MC again to lead into our parallel session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sinta Tresnadewi and Dr. Yusina Febrianti for the insightful session.
Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the following agenda will be the parallel session.
For all the participants, you may enter the breakout room.
Please be prepared and don't forget to change your Zoom name according to the designed template. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the following agenda will be the break time. All participants, you may take your break time.
We'll be back at 13 for the next agenda. We are pleased to have your amazing keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Latisa Asmak Shafi from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, and Dr. Suryadi from Universitas Negeri Malang.
Dear presenters and the participants, for your information, the parallel session 4 will be held at 15 and ended at 16.
Once more, parallel session 4 will be held at 15 and ended at 16. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have your break time.
Latisa Asmak Shafi from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia.
This session will be guided by our amazing moderator, Dr. Mirjam Anugrawati. Dr. Mirjam Anugrawati, we gladly hand this over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, dear MCs, Bima and Iin. That was great. So yes, good afternoon, everybody. Ibu Bapak, all distinguished guests, presenters and participants. Today, it's an honor for me to be the moderator of the 6th plenary speaker or keynote speaker, who will be Associate Professor Dr. Latisa Asmak Shafi. Let me introduce her. Let me read a short bio of Dr. Latisa. Dr. Latisa Asmak Shafi is an associate professor at the Academy of Language Studies, University Teknologi Mara, Perlis branch. She is an educator, a researcher, a writer, and a poet. Her research areas are digital discourse, social media, identities, content curation, and ethnography, self-directed learning, and informal learning. Now, this last point is the most interesting thing. She is passionate in finding good food. I like that. Okay. Now, her paper or her speech today is entitled Unleashing the Potentials, Unleashing the Potentials, Language Educators as AI Allies in the Future of Language Teaching and Learning. So in her speech, Dr. Latisa would focus on how important it is for language educators to view AI as an ally rather than a threat. She will also emphasize how AI should be embraced to enhance students' digital literacy and critical thinking. Okay, so without further ado, Dr. Latisa, the Zoom room is yours. You are still muted? Sorry, you are still muted.
All right. Okay, let me see. Thank you very much, Dr. Mirjam. All right. Can everyone see the slides there? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, imagine
Sorry,
yes.
we cannot see your slides yet.
Okay, you cannot see a slide here. So can I just let me see. Okay.
Just share the screen.
Okay, I share the screen. Right. Okay, can you see it here?
Yes.
Okay, let me see. Okay. Now can you see it?
Yep. Fine.
All right.
Perfect.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a future where our classroom come alive with the power of artificial intelligence, opening up realms of limitless possibilities. Today, together, we gather here to unleash the potential that lies within the language educators as AI allies, right? So what in this page, I'm going to talk about 3 parts. The first part will be language educators, AI, and the language education. Second one will be ethical and responsible AI integration in education. And the last one would be empowering educators in an AI-centric age. All right, so I'm going to go to the next one. That would be, okay. So first of all, we're going to talk about what is, okay, before that, I'm sorry about that one. Okay, first of all, we're going to talk about, okay, what is AI? Okay, AI would be a dynamic field of computer science that instruct machine to mimic human intelligence, facilitating self-learning and problem-solving application in diverse industry. This is according to Malhotra 2019. And then when we are going to look at AI, we're going to talk about 3 types of AI, but I'm going to discuss about 2 types of AI. The first one will be artificial narrow intelligence, that would be ANI, perform specific tasks or solve particular problems. So this is virtual assistant, Siri, Alexa, image and speech recognition system, recommendation algorithm used by online platform and language learning platform and mobile app. And the second one will be artificial general intelligence. This is ANI. It's a hypothetical system with human-like intelligence capable of performing any intellectual task that a human can do. But right now, what we have will be still our AI tools will be in ANI, artificial narrow intelligence. And the third types would have artificial super intelligence. Artificial super intelligence would be able to perform better than our geniuses, our human geniuses. So right now, our AI would be here, artificial narrow intelligence, all right? And then we are talking about general artificial intelligence, because what we are doing, for example, the chat GPT, everything would come from generative artificial intelligence. This would be able to generate new data or content that resemble human-created content, use complex algorithm, employ deep learning techniques to learn pattern and relationship, all right? From existing data and create new data that is just like the input data. So I think generative artificial intelligence, the one that cause havoc in our, let's say a little bit turbulence in our academic, all right? So then we are going to go to benefits of AI integration in language education, all right? So why do we want AI integration in language education? Because one, it could enhance learning experiences because they can do more what human can do, all right? The second one would be is inclusive and accessible learning, meaning that we can reach people or learners that we cannot reach, might be because of physical reasons, all right? And we can customize learning plans. So perhaps, for example, if you have a class of diverse learners, we will be able to cater to everyone's need. And the third one will be data-driven decision making. From what we have, the data that we got from AI, all right, we would be able to make decision faster and more accurate. Okay, then definitely we would have the challenges and the risks. Okay, for example, in any AI, let's say AI enhanced education or AI tools, we would have the academic integrity. I'm sure by now, right, you would come across text that's produced by your student, but not really your student's work, right? And you know that it's not theirs, but someone else might be portraying as them, right? So that would be academic integrity, because anyone could go to ChatGPT and say, write 5 paragraphs of this topic, and blah, could give the prompt. And privacy and security risks, because we know that with the AI, sometimes because most of the time AI tools, they would ask you your detail, they would give something free to get something. So definitely in privacy and security risk would be, let's say, would be at risk. And they would have lack of human interaction. And I'm sure that, let's say, for example, if you are sad, can you go and type ChatGPT and say that I'm sad, what should I do? And ChatGPT will be saying that I'm an AI model, but I'm not human, but I could give you similar things, blah, blah, blah. So lack of human interaction, bias and inequality. You must realize one thing, AI tools are made by developers. So definitely the developers would include their bias. It might be, let's say, for example, I find it hard when I ask, let's say, a image generator, I was asking for female Malay lecturers, and they would give me pictures of someone else. There will be a lot of male images. So that will be, might be bias and inequality, right? And definitely implementation and integration challenges, because you must know that in order for, I'm not sure about you, but if you realize, if you want to use AI tools that let's say that transform text to speech or text to images, text to video, they will give you free one video that will be 1 minute for free. But the rest, if you want to use their tool, you have to pay about, might be $15 per month, and they want it yearly charge, right? So might be that would be financial challenges. And definitely the implementation, we would have, for example, let's say rules and regulation. And I'm sure that in some institution, you can't use ChatGPT. And sometimes in some school, they forbid the use of AI generated tools and something like that. So that would be, and most of the time, our educators might be not well acquainted with this AI tool. So they might rebel or they might pose some challenges there, right? Okay, then, right? So I'm going to base on the research on Sharples 2022 because this is a research this is a research conference. I got to quote Sharples 2022 saying that language models lack real-world experiences. They're not designed for scholarly use. They do not validate academic reference. They do not ensure evidence-based accuracy. They are inexperienced. So I use this one because you know that GPT 3.5, they lie. Sometimes they lie, not sometimes, because I would do the experiment. I would say that, okay, give me the reference, give me a reference that support this particular study, and they would give beautiful reference. And imagine my shock when I go and verify it's not real. So imagine that if, let's say, for example, our students are doing this one, they thought it's real because it comes from ChatGPT, and it's real because it comes from the AI, right? AI do not lie, but they do not have this one. They are not designed for scholarly use, they do not validate academic reference, and they do not ensure evidence-based accuracy, and they are inexperienced, okay? And they're just like babies, I guess, because it's still in infancy, and they lack of thoughtfulness and moral judgment. So if you ask them how to build a bomb, I'm sure that they could generate it in seconds. Because why? Because they do not have the moral judgment and so on. But let's say, for example, if someone asks you, might be, Dr. Nanang, could you give me a formula how to kill people? Dr. Nanang will say, no, I'm not going to answer this one, right? This is not morally ethical instruction. So that would be lack of thoughtfulness and moral judgment. This is the language model. When we are talking about language model, we are talking about, let's say, ChatGPT and others. Unable to reflect on the writing to assess its accuracy and appropriateness because they are still in, let's say, for example, in infancy, right? So that would be, okay, the risk. Okay, then if you look at this one, I'm sure that I'm sorry about that one. Okay. If you look at this one, if you use ChatGPT, right, I got to admit, right, I saw this one so many times, but I just see example. I would see capabilities. Last night, or not last night, last 2 days, I saw limitations. Right, limitation would be may occasionally generate incorrect information, may occasionally produce harmful instruction or biased content. So it's there, right? So then we are going to go to, right? So then we're going to look at this one, how AI, right? Sorry about that one. So AI and how AI being used in language education. For example, they use it in virtual tutors, right? Virtual tutors, for example, Duolingo provide positive personalized support and feedback to students, provide detailed feedback to learners, helping them to identify areas of improvement, and give time for language educators, meaning that they give our learners personalized support, automated support. At the same time, they give you time to do important things. So that will be virtual tutors. And for example, if you go to assessment, there will be some, let's say, platform would automate language proficiency assessment and standardized testing, right? And they would become more, they will be able to make learning more engaging, more interactive, and engaging learners, and enhance learners' experiences, right? Okay, and then the best thing would be they will be able to adapt and personalize content delivery. And definitely the last one would be speech recognition. If you're using Elsa, they would be able to, the website or the AI technology used in that website will be able to improve learners' pronunciation and accent. So one example would be Elsa. Okay, then I'm going to ask you, right? So what is the future? So we have known that the benefits, and we know the risks, and what's the future of AI in language education, in learning and teaching. So it's going to be play a major role in personalization. Because why? Because right now would be each learner, when we are teaching, we do not have the ability, right, to cater to each need. But by using AI, we will be able to personalize the learning needs there. And definitely augmented reality is will be able to make learners immerse in situation, in context that they feel is real, is more authentic, and definitely it opens room for multilingualism, right? Okay, then the question would be, all right, the question would be, why do we bother about this one, right? Why do we bother about AI, right? So why? Because of the learners. So if you look at the learners here, okay, so we are going to look at, so let's say generation Z here, all right? Z is here, alpha is here. So I'm concerned about the generation Z, and generation Y would be 1980 to 1994. So this source is taken in 2019, right? And generation Z would be from 1995 to 2009, right? So, and then the one that I'm scared of will be generation Alpha, or the glass ceiling, because generation Z and generation Alpha, they would be referred as ceiling generation. Why? Because instead of giving them pacifier, when they were kids, we give them iPad and so on, right? So then if you look at this one, right? If you look at this one, okay, I'm going to show you this one. Let's say, for example, leadership style. If we are going to focus on generation Z, collaborator, multimodal. Okay, then if we are going to go for then learning style, here would be, if you go to generation Alpha, here will be virtual, all right? And influence, they take advice, right? Generation Z take advice from forum, because they would have participated in forum and so on. But generation Alpha, they take advice from the chatbot, right? So they'll be asking questions, because I think that, I'm not sure about your student, but my student during the recent semester, when we were talking about ChatGPT, they were saying that, doctor, we asked ChatGPT right now whether we should go to class or not. I said, seriously? Yes. And I was asking them, so do you mean that later on, when you want to get married, are you going to ask ChatGPT? I mean, is he suitable? And they will be saying that, yes, if ChatGPT has the data, right? So my student right now, I think that they are still generation Z, right? So why should matter? Because they are our learners, right? So, and because of, let's say, for example, because of lifelong learning, we would have to pay attention to several generations. For example, generation Y, generation X, all right, the baby boomer. So, and we would know that if we look at this one, if you are the boss, all right, you are the boss with, let's say, if you are the boss, and let's say your lecturers belong to generation Z, if you like to direct them, would they listen to you? No, because they want to be empowered. Give them something, let them do that, and then they will be happy with that one. And let's say, for example, if you are later on, generation Alpha will be coming, and let's say, for example, if they work, right, they expect their boss to be inspiring, right? Someone to, they look at, right? And then that's why I think it matters, why we should. Right? All right, don't worry, I'm okay with that one. Right? It added up richness in the presentation. Right? Okay. Then, okay. So why matters? Because let's say, for example, the one I'm freaked out will be generation Alpha. Right? Based on this one, are we ready to receive them? Right now, I think that they are 13 years old. They are going to grow older, right? And they expect a lot of things. They expect things to change. And later on, we are going to talk about the digital divide between the have and the have not, right? Then I'm going to go to the next one, right? So the next one would be, I'm going to look at this one, okay? We are going to look at workforce of 2030. So if you look at workforce of 2030, so we are saying that, right? So generation Y would comprise of 32%, generation Z will be 34%, generation Alpha will be 11%, right? So that's how the workplace, let's say the learning patterns of workplace would be different, would be AI enhanced, okay? Then I'm going to go here. Okay. Then we are going to go to, let's say, for example, in using AI, there should be ethical and responsible AI usage. And I'm sure that because of this one, I'm not sure about your university, but right now at my university, we don't really talk about ethical, responsible AI usage. So right now we are in denial stage. I mean, the lecturers, I mean, I'm talking about me, right? Can we tell everybody, can we tell to our superiors, to our boss, oh, I'm using ChatGPT? Can we do that? Do we talk about that we use ChatGPT? Do we use ChatGPT in the class? We know that our students are using ChatGPT. We are using, let's say, for example, we're using Perplexity. We're using a lot of AI, but do we use it in the class? So if we are using in the class, we should have some sort of, let's say, for example, ethics. What should be used? So when we are using AI, we have to be responsible, right? We have to be ethical. We have to protect the learner's privacy, and we have to ensure learner's safety, because sometimes we have to teach our students that, you know, your privacy matters. Sometimes you want to give information to people in the sense that you want to use AI tools for free, but there are certain things that you don't compromise. That will be the privacy. Because why? Because you are afraid of the learner's safety. And definitely, you must make sure that the AI that you use, the AI tools that you use would be free of bias. And definitely when you use that particular AI tools, you need to identify where should the learners get additional support. And definitely, why do I ask educators to participate in this particular method? Because when you're using AI at higher education or in education, primary or secondary education, you need to get input from educators, right? Because I'm sure that if you go to TikTok, let's say, for example, if you want to have shortcuts of AI tools, go to TikTok, and you would have a lot of, let's say, link, and you have to go and try one by one before you share with your student. And sometimes I get information from my students sometimes that, let's say, for example, they're using the AI tool, and suddenly there will be some sort, let's say, for example, prompt, or let's say, I'm not sure, prompt or advertisement on pornography. So we have to teach the students how to use it, and we have to teach our colleague how to use it, right? Okay, then I'm going to go to, then we are talking about the roles of language educators. What are our roles? So definitely, so when we are talking about AI, so before I go to these roles, before I explain this role, let's talk about AI. When we talk about AI, it's so strange. It seems like not real. But how many of us use Netflix? Do you use Netflix? How does Netflix know us better? You know, the preferences, this movie for Dr. Mirjan, this movie for Dr. Nanang. So they use the AI algorithm, the TikTok. How many of you use TikTok? I'm sure that everybody use TikTok. Yes, definitely. How does TikTok know? Sometimes that, let's say, for example, you feel that TikTok is your best buddy. Because why? Because they know what you want. They know that you are looking for AI too. You are looking for, you know, they are looking for food, right? And because of the AI algorithm. And AI has become embedded, has become ubiquitous, that we do not know it's actually a machine doing human-like tasks, because it's there. But when we are talking about AI, artificial intelligence, we are scared. But don't be scared because it's already there. We are using the smartphone, we're using the Netflix, we're using the TikTok, right? So don't be scared of using AI language tools, right? So back to the roles of language educators. First of all, we have to be the facilitators because let's say, for example, if you choose to use the tools, right, you have to facilitate the students, definitely. And definitely you have to be mentors. Mentors to students, to your learners, and mentors to other, let's say, for example, to other colleagues. And definitely you have to design curriculum or still, let's say, for example, lesson plan by using the AI tool. And sometimes you don't design the lesson plan or you don't design the curriculum, you create, you just pick and choose which one work for your student because you know your student better. Because remember, you got the data-driven information, right? So you can make data-driven decision. And definitely, there's no way, but we need to be lifelong learners. Because why? Because we got to learn, might be better AI tools, right? So we need to be ready for our students. We need to be ready for ourselves too, right? So then, let's say, for example, the one that I like AI, because AI, according to Alta and Silver 2023, it enhanced critical thinking skills. Because I think that in the, let's say, in the flood of information, we got to have good critical thinking skills because you got to understand, we got to analyze the idea. You got to analyze the idea. Does my ideas seems logic? Am I just creating lies, or am I sharing something important? So you must understand, analyze ideas and argument, and evaluating ideas and argument, and solving problems and making decisions. I think that using AI with learners would enhance critical thinking skills because they got to look at the information. They have to look at, or let's say, the text generation. They have to look at the image generated with using AI tools. Would this be enhancing my learning, and so on, right? So then we are going to go to Sharples 2022. So this is how you can incorporate AI generated text in teaching. When we are talking about transformers AI, when you are using ChatGPT, that would be a transformer AI, because ChatGPT will be generative pre-track transformer. Okay, so design reflective contextual written assignment that cannot be easily generated by AI. Ask them to write reflective journal. Right? Utilize transformer AI to generate alternative essay, allowing students to critique and improve them. Let ChatGPT write an essay, the normal essay, and bring the version, right? Discuss the different version generated by different transformer AI and let them critique and how to improve them. And let's say, for example, encourage students to create AI responses to complex questions and assess them based on marking criteria. Or you can use collaborative storytelling with students using transformer AI as a creative writing tool. So might be you would say that, okay, ChatGPT, you write this part, the other part, the student write, and the next part would be then would be given to ChatGPT, right? And implement AI-assisted writing exercise to strengthen critical reading accuracy, argumentation, and structure skills. Okay, and evaluate assignment where AI is restricted for style, expression, voice, and personal reflection, and engage in discussion with students about ethical consideration and limitation of generative AI. So these are the suggestions, right, suggested by Sharples, right? So what you can do would be, might be you don't have to do all, just take one. Might be you want to put the last one, use the last one, engage in discussion with student, right? Let's say, for example, force them to write, okay, an essay in the class, right? And then after that, you generate, okay, an essay written by ChatGPT and talk about the ethical consideration and limitation. What are the limitations? You can see might be their essay more human, or might be the ChatGPT essay produced by, the essays produced by ChatGPT is more human, right? Okay, then, okay, how do we empower language educators is in an AI-centric age? The first one would be when we expect, right, educators or language educators to implement to implement AI tools, we need to have training opportunities. Because why? Because because the teachers or the lecturers have to be trained how to use a chat GPT, how to use this one, how to use, let's say, for perplexity, how to use alloy and so on, right? So they have to train, and the institution or bosses need to give training and resources. You need to spend money. For example, let's say, as I said before, let's say if you want to have presentation, right, you can use your text. Your text can be generated into video, right? So then, but you need money. So might be because you need to buy, buy, let's say, the service. So might be universities could, or school could, let's say, for example, could supplement, right, the fees and so on, right? And the second one would be use AI technology for data-driven decision making, right? For example, you need to use the AI technology to analyze the learning outcome, right? You have the learning outcome. So let's say, for example, if you have, let's say, for example, if you have like platform, e-learning platform, look at the data. What do the data says? Wait, which learning outcome do, let's say, the learners have difficulties in fulfilling, right? So then collaboration and feedback, and definitely when we are talking about AI tools, we need collaboration and feedback, because there will be a lot of AI tools, and we need friends who say that I've tried this one, this does not work for us, but this one works, all right? And definitely you need to go and try, and what is the feedback, okay? And then let's say, for example, when we are going to go here, I'm sorry about this one, okay? So we have two parts, right? One would be the language educators. We have this cultural awareness, we have emotional intelligence, we have the pedagogical intuition, we know what to do if the students do not know this part, and we are problem solvers. We are problem solvers to algorithm prejudice, digital inequality, privacy, and data security. And the other part will be AI tools would have the unique learning needs of students, right? They would be able to engage the student. They are able to offer self-directed learning, but they have this prejudice due to their algorithm, right? Due to their developers, and they have this digital inequality, and they would have the privacy and data security breach, right? So I think that what we need to do would be the combination of this one, right? Let's say, for example, if we have, let's say, if we are, as language educators, we are AI allies, we will be able to complement, right? We will be able to teach and learn better, if I'm okay. So I'm going to go to the next one. So then we would have, it's a perfect mesh, because why? Because I said before, because we would mesh, we would use the advantages offered by AI, right? To ensure our students are actually learning, because right now our students not just generation Y, they are X, Y, Z, Alpha, and might be baby boomers coming back to university, and it would be more inclusive future. Okay, I'm going to talk about inclusive future because so when we have this AI tools, we would have the digital divide between the have and the have not, right? Better schools, better university with better financial resources would, let's say, would benefit a lot, because they will be able to pay. For example, let's say, for example, in some private universities, they would have the program that could schedule the lectures, that could construct the lecture schedule, that offer chatbot to answer the student needs. But other universities or other schools with poorer resources, we don't have that. And some sometimes our students, because of, let's say, for example, because some of, based on our experience, our university, we have B40 that will be poor students, they don't have enough resources. So that means that as language educators, we would be the, let's say, the enabler, right? The enabler to ensure these people, these isolated, marginalized communities would have, right? Would have, let's say, would be able to sustain their education, right? Okay. Then, okay, the question would be, because let's say, for example, because we are worried about our survival, all right? So are we going to be obsolete? All right. So I think that the most important skill of any future workers will be adaptability by Rainey and Edison 2017. Because I think that I don't think that language educators, I believe that language educators, they will not be obsolete, because as long as we be able to adapt to future or current needs, we'll be there. Because the best thing about us will be we are human. We humanize education. All right. Okay. These are the references. So right, I'm sharing the references, so don't worry. So the slide, I will give the slide to let's say to organizer. Okay, and then this is the tools that I use. Okay, let's say for example, okay, one of my flaw, I couldn't draw. Okay, so I'm using Adobe Firefly. So I can draw now, I can draw pictures of myself, I can draw a cartoon character, and I could draw a Swiss village. But remember about the ethical use of AI, they would have this one. If you look at this one on the left, on the bottom left, right? There would be, let's say, for example, there would be what do you call this one? There will be a mark there say that is generated by Adobe Firefly. So it's not mine. Okay. But if you look at this one, right? So if you, let's say, for example, slide, if you don't have time, go to Gamma app. So you would have immediate slides there. And the one that I like would be, okay, look at number 13, AI powered plagiarism. So go to copy links. Okay. Let's say if you want to check your students, whether you want to verify the students using AI, all right, generate ChatGPT, you can paste here and you will say that it is produced by artificial intelligence, right? The one that I like would be number 12 here, text to video. Here will be appally.io. I like this one because you can generate the text, right? The text, and then they would give you the avatar and they would give you the voiceover, and it would synchronize with the presentation, right? But you have to pay for this one, right? And let's say, for example, if you go to number 9, if you're going for grammar, if you want resources on grammar, go to report here, okay? And let's say, I think that these are the things that I use. Okay, right? Thank you very much. I think that my time finished.
Right on time, Dr. Leticia. Very good. So thank you very much, Dr. Leticia. That was very inspiring. I'm sure everybody got a lot of new insights from your speech. Okay, so now we have come to the Q&A session. Dear participants, Ibu Bapak, could you please write your questions in the chat box, or you can use your raise hand features. We have around 12 to 15 minutes for Q&A. Okay. Yes, I have one here from Dr. Lestari. How do you know if your students using AI in writing their assignment?
Oh,
how can you detect it?
How can I detect? Because let's say, for example, because they would write in the class, because they usually write in the class, I would always read and write, give feedback in the class, and I know their writing, right? I know the level of language. So usually then let's say, for example, how do I know? Because they seems like not my student, right? They seems like professional. They seems like robotic, right? They don't. I don't feel when I'm reading the writing. I don't feel that they are writing. I don't feel that these are my students, because I usually know my students, because I would look at. I will always look at my students' work individually, and I would be able to know their work from the beginning until the end. And then, for example, from the beginning, sometimes because of the bombastic word, and sometimes because remember there was something this will say regenerate. Sometimes they cut and paste, regenerate, respond. I would say that if you want to cheat, make sure that you're not getting caught, right? Usually because I know the voice of their writing, the voice, I would know their vocabulary, right? And I would know their sentence structure. Usually they would use shorter sentences. Now they are using compound sentences, complex sentences. I would say, whoa, this is my students. Are they my students? Can I say to my boss, see, I'm a genius. I can train them to be professional writers. So that's how.
All right. Yes, Ibu Lestari, does that answer your question? All right. Next, you still use paper-based writing?
Yeah, because certain subjects, because you still have paper-based writing, right, for certain subjects. Yeah, we still have it. Then let's say, for example, if usually I always use Google Classroom. So when they're writing in the outline, so I would see one by one, right? And by the end of the semester, for example, if they're writing outline for the speech, so definitely if one of the course will be right, they have to do public speaking, persuasive speech. They have to write an outline. So they have to write the outline, and they have to give it to me using Google Classroom. So I would look at their responses, right? So let's say by 2 or 3 weeks of giving feedback, so returning their work, I would be able to classify the words, the vocabulary, the lingo that they write. And when something that is complex, I mean bombastic words, sentence structure, they're using a complex sentence structure, something out of the blue, I will always say that, are you using ChatGPT?
Is there a penalty for that?
No, usually usually they don't do that, because usually in the beginning of the class, we would have a ChatGPT session.
Okay.
Because I will be saying that, okay, this is ChatGPT, how can you use it? And then okay, what happened if you use it? Because you have to be, I mean, this is assessment, or this has to be your own work.
Okay.
So do I answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Usually get suspicious.
Okay. Yes. When the key would be like this: when you are suspicious, call them. Call them. And then sometimes, because I do not like to nag. So what I do would be, I would call them, and I would let's say use the Google Translation and so on, and put it there. And then I would tell them, yes, this is your work. This can be better if you do this one. Usually they don't do the translation, right? They don't do the translation, because sometimes I would usually able to identify it, and I would call them, right? And sometimes I would ask them to paraphrase in front of me, or might be then that would be the basic thing.
Okay, right. Thank you, Dr. Latisha. I think this is there is one comment from Ibu Eka. We have Zero GPT, which is going to tell us that our students' writing is written by AI. I think the most important thing is that teachers should adapt themselves with the AI development. What do you say to that?
I agree. I agree, because it's like this. This is something that's going to happen. Like it or not, we are using ChatGPT, right?
Yeah.
Can we penalize our students who are using ChatGPT? So let's welcome ChatGPT or its sibling to the class, right? So let's say that we're going to use ChatGPT, right? Tell us. I mean, at the same time, you need to generate your own text too. Because why? Because they need to be original, right? So I agree with you, Eka.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask one question also, Dr. Leticia?
Okay.
What are the age range for using this ChatGPT? Do you think primary school students can use it?
I think there would be let's say, for example, as I said before, there would be a digital divide. Let's say, for example, those the students, the primary school student, the primary school student with better resources. I'm not surprised if they're using that one. With better resources, they know what to do. And as I said before, I'm really scared of generation alpha, because let's say, for example, they can do scripts and so on. So they expect too much. So I expect, yes, they're using the ChatGPT, or might be using Perplexity. So maybe they're not using ChatGPT, but they're using other things. For example, they might be using Siri, they might be using Alexa, right? And one more thing would be, and if you realize one thing, they are more familiar, they're more comfortable dealing with AI, right? To transform and so on, than real human being. Because why? If, let's say, for example, this is a pattern that I noticed. I mean, they are very comfortable with technology, but they need to be taught how to communicate with real person. So in class, usually I would ask them to, let's say, for example, I would teach them how to communicate with people, and so on. And I will be asking them, how many friends do you have, or how many followers do you have TikTok followers? They will say 2,000, 3,000. How many Instagram followers do you have? We have 5,000. How many real friends that you have that you can talk? They will be like 2, 3.
Yes. That happens. Yeah, I agree. Okay, thank you, Dr. Leticia. Is there any more questions, please?
Dr. Nana say something.
Yeah, okay. It's quite a lot. I'm still a bit undecided in embracing AI.
Dr. Nana, what you need to do would be, let's say, for example, I'm concerned with the students' increasing reliance in, as I said before, the first one would be, let's say, for example, you have to have this particular session with the students and the lecturers, right? And then, let's say, for example, if you're doing, let's say, I'm going to look at this one. This is similar to chat. Dr. Nana, is there any regulation in your university that says that, do you have Turnitin? Do you have our original? Are you using any
yes, we have like
plagiarism?
for Turnitin, we have the minimum score for the university level 25%, but for our department, English department, it is 20%. But then in addition to those Turnitin check, then sometime we recently also found that based on the Turnitin facility, that there is also AI writing score.
Yeah.
There is one case where the student has really high AI writing score, but when I confronted with the lecturer, the supervisor said that the student was smart, the student was okay, follow the process well, and he also showed me that they really have like a long process of consultation, discussion. So that's why I kind of whether this is, I don't know, what is the issue here?
Okay, let's say, for example, in our university, if you can't exceed 35%, if you exceed 35%, that's open to the lecturers or supervisors. It's originally we don't accept it because the suspicious is there, right? And for example, if you're doing that one, now you have to look at the regulation. I don't want to be in trouble. Look at the regulation, for example, the 80%, and make sure that you will be tech. For example, certain things. Ask the person, ask the supervisor to rewrite, because as let's say the 80% of AI, I mean, you could not accept. But need to do a bit, Dr. Nana. I think the postgrad student or or let's say diploma degree student, they should be the first one you need to inform the students, you inform the supervisors. You say AI 20% or 40%, we are not going to accept if we have your say testimonial saying that he or she is a good student. So that would be the stand. But in the end, I think that Dr. Nana, like I would advise you can't stop people to rely on AI in education, right? We can't stop. Okay, so how you go get that one? As I said before, the school, the university need to come up with the regulation. What is your stand on certain things? All right. So if it is written in the rules and regulation of postgrad, then stick on that one. When you stick on that one, Dr. Nana, you would be most important thing, right? But before that, let's say if you are handling the postgrad student, you need to have a session informing them, right? So for example, if you depending on the AI, it's actually like this. If you depend on AI, you won't be human. You won't retain your creativity, right? You use AI to, like, example, to enhance learning. It's not to depend on something, right? Especially postgrad, to be independent learner, independent writer, right? So they use the AI to enhance. I hope I answer your question, Dr.
Thank you so much.
Right. And Dr. Nana, write paper article on your experience. It need to be published. It's published and people would, Dr. Nana face this problem. It would become, let's say, it will become evidence. It need to be written, published.
Thank
you.
Yes, go.
We'll do it.
All right.
Okay. Thank you much. So I think we've come to the end
All
of
right.
the
Thank you
session.
very much.
Thank you very much. So I'm interested in your statement. We are teachers and humanize education. We humanize, right? But along with that, we should not be scared of it. Is that right? Thank you very much, Papa, Latisha, and all participants. And let's join me in giving a big round of applause to Dr. Latisha. Right. Thank you very much. Now I'm turning to the next presenter, MC. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So are we going back to the please?
You may start, Dr.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, speakers, participants. I am Razina Razali, your moderator for the 7th keynote session of iNELTAL 2023. So we have come to our final keynote session, and our keynote speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Suharyadi. So I'll introduce you, our speaker for today. So Dr. Suharyadi is an associate professor in the teaching of English grammar at the Department of English, Faculty of Letters, Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. He has published articles in the national and international index journals. His interests include systemic functional linguistics, genre pedagogy, error analysis, grammar and writing, and teacher professional development. Today, Dr. Suharyadi will be addressing a topic that emerged from his own classroom experience when teaching English tenses, which is a best practice of teaching English tenses with categories and codes. So without further ado, please welcome Dr. Suharyadi.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Raslina. I'm happy to see you again today. All right, let me share my file. Okay, can you see my file, everyone?
Yes, Doctor.
Yes. All right, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining my session today. And this is the last session, yeah. This is Saturday, yeah, the second day of the iNELTAL 2023. All right, my title is quite simple, and probably this is very specific, and also hopefully this is very practical to students and also the teachers. All right, allow me to. So the title is a best practice of teaching English tenses with categories and codes. Probably some of you might think that this is classroom-based experience. Yes, that is true. So this sharing session is based on my experience of teaching tenses, English tenses in my own classes, using my own categories and also using codes. And how it is done, let's see, let's listen to this discussion. Okay. All right. So I have two aims. Now, number one is helping students group all English tenses used in Azhar's grammar book into 4 categories more easily and more systematically. And number two is help students create formulas of all tenses with codes more easily and more systematically. That is, those are my aims in sharing this session to everybody in this Zoom. Now, I have one question to Ibu Bapak, to everybody. In the context of EFL, or in the context of English as a foreign language, English grammar is important and challenging. Now, I have one question. How many tenses are there in English? Anyone can mention? How many?
16.
Anyone? You can write. You can write. Okay, somebody mentioned 16. Okay. Thank you. What else? Wow. 16. Probably. I still remember. Okay. And then 16, 16, and 32. Wow, a lot. How many? Any more? 32. Okay. Wow, 16. 12. And then? No, that is the number. So the first question is about the number of tenses, yeah? So the answers are various, 32, 16, 12, and nobody answered 14 or maybe just 1 or 2, yeah? Okay, that's good answer. Thank you so much. Now, anybody can mention one example of tense or 2 example of tenses? I mean, the names of the tenses. Somebody has mentioned present, past, perfect, future. Wow. So you have present, and then anybody else can mention the name of the tenses? Present continuous tense, okay. And then next, Present continuous tense, okay, the same present perfect continuous tense. All right. Present past continuous, okay. Okay, thank you so much for the answer. So if I look at the answers related to the first question, so the exact number is varies according to you, 32, 16, 14, 12. And then if I look at the, what is that, the names of the tenses, I think not complete one. Okay, now because of this situation, my paper is to share how to remember the exact number of tenses and how to order the names of the tenses. And the third is actually how to create the formulas of the tenses. And this is very classroom-based experience of teaching. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think everybody agrees that English grammar is language, one of the language components. I think everybody agrees with that. And then English grammar is also an important foundation. Without grammar, I think we cannot communicate to other people. Our sentences will be wrong. People will misunderstand us. And then we also agree that English grammar is used in all language skills. So for example, in speaking, people will not understand what we are talking about if the grammar is incorrectly made. In speaking, in writing, for example, when people talk, when people speak, then the listeners will not understand what they are talking about if the grammar is incorrect. In reading, for example, we cannot understand the messages, the thing the writers are saying if the structure is not correct. So that's why grammar is not only a language component, it's not only an important foundation, but is always used in all language components. Okay, let me continue. Now, what about the teaching of grammar? So I'm not talking about the controversial issues related to the teaching of grammar. Some people say, oh, it is not needed to teach grammar. Some people say that it is important to teach grammar. What I want to share today is how we can be creative in providing students with a way of learning grammar, or maybe also providing a way for the teachers to teach grammar, especially tenses. That is the focus. Now, I have this very interesting statement. According to Thornbury, 1999, this is very old but very important. So there are three main approaches of teaching grammar. Number one is teaching grammar through rules. So I think this is very traditional, very old. So in this case, we use the deductive way. We provide the student with rule first, with the patterns, with the formulas, and then after that, we give the examples. And usually, when the teacher use deductive way, the teacher teach rules, tenses, for example, very explicitly. What is the subject? What is the verb? What is the object? And then whether it is simple present, whether that is present continuous tense, etc. So that is the first way of teaching grammar through rules. And this is called deductive. Remember, from rules to examples. And then the second way of teaching is teaching grammar through examples. This is the opposite way. So the first is deductive and the second is the inductive. So the teaching of grammar starts with the examples. So we provide examples, and the examples can be from different sources. And from those examples, the students are expected to make or to conclude, to create a rule. So when the examples are mostly related to the simple present, then we expect, usually the teachers expect students to conclude or to make a rule of simple past tense. And then the third is teaching grammar through text. And this is the meaning making. This is so functional. So it is not merely based on rules. It is not merely based on the examples, but we provide students with the text. So teaching grammar is not from the rule, it's not from the example, but from the text. The text should be very, it should have a context. So for example, when the students, when the teachers teach, let's say one of the text types descriptive, then within the text of descriptive, we can ask students to understand simple present, for example. Within the text of descriptive, we can find more examples of simple present. So we do not start from the rule, subject, verb. We do not start from a sentence in isolation, but we start with a very big text. That's why it is called teaching grammar through text, because we have a context within the text. And this is so functional within the what is that, holidays framework. And then next, in my context, the experience of teaching English tenses happened within 3 grammar courses. So I have been teaching basic English grammar, and then intermediate English grammar, and then advanced English grammar. And basic English grammar consists of 4 credits, intermediate 4 credits, and advanced English grammar 2 credits. And within the discussion of tenses is in the basic English grammar. We have a very specific discussion about all tenses. In the intermediate English grammar, we have a review of tenses only. And then in the advanced English grammar, we also have a review of tenses. So within these 3 grammar courses, the discussion about tenses are very intensive. Okay, so now I will continue. Now, in my teaching of grammar, especially tenses, I always have these questions. I think this question, I asked this question to you. So the first is, how many tenses are there in English? Why this question is important? Because, you know, my students, when I ask this question, their answers is always different. From 1 year, from the first semester to the second semester to the third semester. So not the same, or not the same number of tenses. Some of them sometimes answer with just 10 tenses, 12 tenses, 14 tenses, or 16 tenses. Why always different? And then when I ask why you mention different number of tenses, the answer is because their English teachers in high school always mention that number. So if they mention 16, because their English teachers long time ago, for example, in high school, always mention with the 16 number. So that's why the same answer is also given when I ask that question. Very unique and very interesting. And then I continue to the next question. What are they? And I ask them to mention the names of the tenses. And it is interesting that they mention, or they mention the names of the tenses not in order. Next question is, I ask, do you know how to make the formulas of English tenses? They don't know. They don't understand how to make. They just remember, for example, oh, subject, verb, that's all. Actually, they don't know how to remember the formula of simple present, for example, the form of past continuous, for example. So that is unique. That's why from this issue, from this interesting phenomena, I try to use my experience of using new categories and also codes. And look at this. Yeah, this is the answer. I think Ibu Bapa answers, the participants' answers in this session is also similar. 12 tenses, 14 tenses, and 16 tenses, meaning that my students' answers are similar to your answers. So yeah, and then when I look at about the exact number of tenses in some website, I found this. Yeah, so they mentioned 12. Yeah, 12 tenses, 12 tenses. Probably this is the correct number of tenses that many grammar books have discussed or have provided in the discussion. And then now this is the answers. This is the student answer when I asked. They just mentioned present tense, present continuous tense. So number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. They mentioned 14. And why I have, that is a problem, not a problem. They mentioned number 11 and 12. What's wrong with that? Let's see. Yeah. So if you look at some website or some grammar books, that they are not 14, they are not 16, but they are 12 tenses. Okay. And let's see how they order the tenses. They don't have any framework. They just say present tense, and if they remember present continuous, they mention present continuous. If they remember past tense, they say just past tense. So they do not have any framework, any way of mentioning them in order. So this is very important for students, not only in high school, but also in higher education, in English department. And probably also this is important for English teachers or maybe English lecturers like me teaching grammar. And then what about the formula? They don't have any ideas. Okay, now let's see how I do this. Let's see how I did my teaching with the categories and code. This one. So I have 3 steps. Number 1 is categorizing tenses, and number 2 is coding the tenses, and number 3 is creating formulas of the tenses. Probably Ibu Bapak or some of the participant presenters are curious about these steps. Probably also the participants or the presenters do not agree with my way of teaching, but this is the best practice. You may agree or you may not agree, so it's up to you. But this is what I can do. Hopefully this is very practical. Now let's go to the first one. When I check the existing categories of tenses, so I found this way. So for example here, so using a table, so simple past tense, simple present, simple future. So we can count 1, 2, 3. This is 3 already. And the second one is past perfect this way. 1, present perfect this way, and future perfect. So this is already 6. And another way is past continuous. Past continuous, present continuous, and future continuous. This is 9 already. And the next is past perfect continuous, present perfect continuous, and future perfect continuous. In total, they are 12. So this is the way of categorizing the tenses based on this website. And then if I look at the grammar book by Azar, written by Azar, the categorization is like this. So present together with past. And then perfect together with the present perfect. And then future time is put in one. So in general, there are three main categories. And within each category, there are some more categories. So this is the example how the tenses are categorized differently. My categorization is a little bit different too. But still, the number of the tenses is 12, not 16, not 14. Okay, now this one. This is my way. This is my own. So look at this. So the first category is called simple tense. So I put this into simple tense because there is one time only. What is the time? Is the this one. One time only because there is only present in simple present. There is past only in the simple past, and there is one future only in the simple future. That's why I put them in the simple tenses, and they are three. And then the second one is complex. So I don't know why I come to the word complex, because I was inspired from the, what is that type of sentences? We have simple sentences, we have complex sentences, and then we have compound sentences. And then the category B, complex tense, there are two here. Number one is combination of two times. And look, there is a connection. That's why I put this connected, because I make use of the word present here, and I combine with the continuous. So I combine present with the word continuous or progressive. That's why there are two times connected. And then I make use of the word past, and I put it here, and I connect it with continuous. I combine with the word continuous or progressive. So we have past continuous. And the second one is we have future and combine with continuous. So by using this way, there is a connection between A and B, and it is easy to remember. So present, if you remember present, past, future, then it's easier for you to remember B. How? Okay, just put continuous. Okay, present with the continuous, past with the continuous, and future with the continuous. Easy to remember. I have done this for 4 years, to be honest. And then my second category is complex tense. This is, I call it A or B. This combination of two times, but this time we use perfect. We use present connected or combined with perfect. So present and perfect. And then we also use past with perfect. And then we use future with perfect. So it is, again, easier to remember. Just remember the present, the past, future. And for past B, part B, combined with the continuous. In part C, combined with the perfect, perfect, and perfect. Okay? And then the next is called compound tenses, because there are three times. What are they? So you can put C in B or B in C. It's up to you. Now, if you look at D, then we can use present again, present, and we put perfect and continuous. So the combination continuous and perfect can be put in part D. So we have present combined with the perfect, combined with continuous. And then we have the past combined with the perfect, combined with the continuous. And also number 3, we put future combined with the perfect and continuous. Nothing new over there. But this is a way of categorizing them by connecting the present, past, future with the continuous and with the perfect. And I'm happy to use this in my classes, and my students are also happy with this way, because they can easily remember not only the number of tenses, but also how they remember the tenses in chronological order. Look, this is connected, ladies and gentlemen. So and I use this many times. And probably this is practical to students and also to English teachers. Now, what is the second step? I code. Remember, in Indonesia, the teaching of grammar is unique because the use of codes have been used for many years by English teachers. Now, remember, the present is always coded with the verb one, but in my context, I put it as the V1. So I do not say verb one, but V1. Past is coded with V2. Perfect is coded with V3. Future is coded with will V1. I don't say verb one. It is longer. So the short one is just V1, V2, V3, will V1. And in the continuous, I put V1 in. Okay, this is for the verb tenses, and I use this. This is the second one is the B's of tenses and auxiliary. Yeah, so just to remember present am, are, is, past, was, were, future, be, perfect, been, auxiliary we have, has. That is the coding in my context. So again, after the categorizing, I have the coding. Right, now, next, what is the second step? The third step. This is very interesting, Ibu Bapak. Now, simple tenses are simple, easy to make the, what is that? Formulas. Now, look at, just look at this. S here is the subject. So when we have simple present, just have this arrow and then put V1. Meaning this is verb one. So we just put any subject. I work, for example. That's all. And the final sentence is I work. And then, what about the simple past? Look at this, easy. So you can use any subject. Let's say she, for example. And then what is the code of past? So we have V2. So you just put worked. And the final sentence is she worked. And then what about the simple future? Just easy to use the subject here, of course, and look at the code of future. You say will V1. So you just put he will come. So the final sentence is he will come. So for simple tenses, simple present, simple past, and then simple future, the construction of formulas is a little bit easier. Now, what about the next? This one. This is the more complex because we have 2 times, the combination of 2 times, present and continuous. Now look at this. The present here is coded with V1, and then the continuous is coded with V1 plus ing. So we have subject V1, V1 ing. Now, if we pick up a verb, for example, like drink, the sentence is unique then. Let's say I drink drinking. Because there are 2 times here. I drink drinking. Now, when I say I drink, it refers to simple present. I drink, it refers to simple present. If I say I drinking, we cannot name it because there is no a sentence, subject, there is no be and then drinking. That is wrong. So that's why there should be a transformation over there. What is the transformation? So I transform this drink, a V1 drink, into a form of B in present. What is the B of present? We have are, we have am, we have is. Now put it here. It becomes I am, are, is drinking. Now, still remember in the coding that I should be with am, not with are, not with is. So the sentence is then I am drinking. So this is the process of how present and continuous are connected, not only in the categorization, in the categories, but also in the process of creating the formula or form. Now, let's go to the next, number 2. Dr. Raslina, how many more minutes do I have?
About 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I will go faster then. Now, this is number 2. So we have past and then combined with continuous. Just use the code of past V2 and continuous is the code is V1 plus ing. Now look at this. If we pick up a verb, and then the subject is I and then ate eating. So it becomes I ate eating. Very unique sentence. But if you look at very detail, I ate is actually simple past. We cannot use this in this number 2. And then when you say I eating, this is not a name of a tense. So there should be another transformation. How we transform ate V2 here into a form of be in past, not in present. So what is be in past? Was as and were. Then we have I was, I were eating. So we can we choose was in this case. So it becomes I was eating. So this is the final sentence. And then number 3 in complex tense, this one. So the code of future is will V1, and here is also V1 ing. Now, when we have the verb, it becomes we will join, joining. And then what we transform is not the will, but the verb join. So it becomes join transform into the be. So it becomes we will be joining. Yeah, all right. So that is for B. Now we come to the C, complex tenses using perfect. Now present and perfect, for example, present V1 and then perfect is a V3. Now we have the verb she drives, driven. When we say she drives, this is simple present. But when we say she driven, we cannot do that. There is no name of the tense. Then we need to transform drive into another form of V1. Has here is auxiliary verb. So drive is V1, has is also V1. So from she drives, driven, it becomes she has driven. Okay. And then the next is past perfect. I think very similar way. So V2, V3, drove, driven. And we transform V2 into another form of V2, had. And had is auxiliary verb. And that's why it becomes he had driven. Right. Now, next, for the future, very similar pattern. Will V1, V3, and we will have the sentence, they will meet, met. When we say they will meet, simple future. When we say they met, this is simple past. The point here is perfect. So there should be another transformation. How? So we transform the meet here, yes, into have. So have here is auxiliary verb. So it becomes they will have met. Okay. And the last is compound tenses, combination of 3 times. This is more challenging because we have 3. Now, present V1, perfect V3, and continuous V1 ing. How? This is the sentence. So I will say, we speak, spoken, speaking. If we put a verb, we speak is the simple present. We cannot say we spoken, no. We cannot say we speaking. Now, how many transformations? There are 2 in this case. So number 1 is we transform speak into another form of V1. So this is auxiliary verb have. So it becomes we have spoken. This is present perfect already. But we cannot say we have spoken speaking. we need another transformation. How we transform the spoken into been. So it become we have been speaking. So this is longer transformation. And then the next is past. So the process is quite similar, or the pattern is quite similar. So we have V2, V3, V1 ing. So you can say you wrote, written, writing. So that is a transformation one. From wrote to had, it becomes you had written, writing. And then there is another transformation from written to been. So it becomes you had been writing. And number 3 is for future. This is also unique. So will V1, V3, V1 here. And look, we transform not will, but study into have. So it becomes I will have studied. So initially you say I will study, studying. Because of the transformation, then it becomes I will have studied, studying. Then there is another transformation from studied to been. So the final sentence is I will have been studying. So the process of of category A, B, C, and D is challenging. So you have to start from categorization in part A, using simple, using what is that? Complex, and compounds. And after that, the second one is you need to have some code of those tenses. And the last is you make use of those categories and codes to create the formula. And within the creation of the formula, dependent on the tenses, a tense or some tenses just need one transformation. We can find it in B and C, but in category D, you need to have two transformation. So that's all my sharing. Hopefully this is useful and practical to students of English department and also English teachers. Yes, I'm done. Thank you so much, Dr. Raslina.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Suharyadi, for the interesting sharing session on, a different perspective or different method of learning or remembering the grammar rules. All right. We shall open the floor for any questions or comments from participants. Okay. Okay, we have a question from Miss Shafira. Beside the best practice you have done, which make me enjoy your grammar classes, I guess that's your student, Dr. Suharyadi. How do you teach and make your students interested, even in love learning grammar? Okay. So she said, you really inspired me in teaching grammar. Now I like analyzing my students' writing, as I still remember it was one of your assignments when I was in intermediate grammar class. Then I relate the result of my analysis of the writing to their psychology. So she would like to know how do you instill the love for learning grammar, okay, in English.
So is it a question or just?
Yes. She would like to know, okay, how do you teach and make your students interested in learning grammar? Because it's it's full of rules, it's something complex.
Yes.
So how do you instill that?
Yes. I love grammar actually, and not only because it consists of some rules, but we can play with the grammar. It is like math. So it is not just tenses I make, but also some grammatical other grammatical aspects like noun clauses, adjective clauses. So I think this is the way I make them happy with my classes. Just be creative and innovative. Use any unique way. Yeah, for example, like what I have done so far in my class. To make them happy with the grammar, because you know, in Indonesia, English is another frightening, you know, is a frightening subject. So within this subject, we have grammar, and grammar is also like a ghost. So they are, so English is difficult, and grammar is also difficult. And if the teacher is also difficult, not creative, not innovative, I think the student will not be happy with the English. So that's my point. So just create something new, and this is simple. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Okay, we have a comment saying that your explanation and sources is a marvelous combination. And also, okay, we have other questions, Doctor. Here from a presenter asking you about whether we can use you know, diagrams to illustrate what you have presented just now. Okay, do you think it's a good idea, or you know, would that work? You know, putting what you have, yeah, the formulas just now in you know, presenting them in the form of a diagram or charts.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I have the students' responses about the use of this, and they are happy. But unfortunately, I haven't shared this the student responses regarding the use of the new categorization of tenses, and then the coding, and also the what is that, the creation of the formula. Very happy. So every by the end of the semester, I always make like a questionnaire, and what do you think about this, and I'm happy with the responses. And I'm open to any feedback. If you think there is a very good way to make it a very more interesting in the form of animation or what, I think I invite everyone, yeah, to work together with me. This is very old way, traditional way, how I put the tenses in a very interesting way. Probably you have more better way to help me. I'm open.
Thank you, Doctor. I was also wondering about, you know, about the students' reaction or feedback on, you know, the teaching method. So just now you have answered the question. So you have, you did like a post test or something like a questionnaire at the end of the lesson, yeah?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Okay, Dr. Nanang, okay, what exercises or drills related to those categories and codes do you usually use to reinforce your students' understanding of different verb tenses? Because you said that many undergraduate students are confused, you know, when using these verbs, because we don't have like these rules in our first language, right? So,
yes.
So how do you reinforce that?
I commonly use a table. And yeah, I use commonly a table, and let me check. Probably I can, oh, sorry, probably I can share. Oh, sorry, I put somewhere. So I have a table, and the table consists of, just to find out the meaning and context. Sorry, the context and meaning. So for example, when I use a simple present, so we have a sentence, and actually what is the context of the sentence, and what is the meaning of the sentence. That is the one of the way I put in exercise to make them aware. So it's not just doing exercise, but I want them to be aware of context and meaning. So when it is simple present, for example, when I say I study English, what is the context in I study English? And what is the meaning of I study English? So This is the way I put the example exercise like in a table. Unfortunately, I don't have the file here where I put it. Yes, and it works. Yeah. So beside, I asked them to do in, online. So I have provided the link, and then I choose the links where the exercises are relevant and easier. And I give them the link, and they will do it at home. And the following meeting, we will have a discussion for the exercises.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Okay, we have another question. Is it actually okay to teach only simple present and present continuous, simple past, past continuous, present perfect, and simple future for my ESP students with limited time? Maybe the question is teaching certain grammar rules, certain categories. Not sure.
Sorry. What's the question?
I think the question is it actually okay to teach only simple present, present continuous, simple past, past continuous, present perfect, and simple future for my ESP students with limited time? Maybe not teaching the complex one or the compound one.
Yeah, yes. So actually, the ideal one is teaching tenses based on their need. Yeah, so it's not all tenses should be introduced to the students. So for example, if the student learn about descriptive text, so is it possible? Is it need to teach them all tenses? No. So the tenses should be relevant with the descriptive text. If it is simple present, so we need to teach simple present, not all tenses. So when the text is just a recount, you know that in recount we find the use of simple past. So I think we just teach the simple past tense, not all tenses. That is one of the weakness of our teaching material, instructional material. We don't have a very specific, name of tenses relevant to their need, because we don't have any like need analysis. We just teach them based on, okay, I will based on our need, actually, not their need. Yes.
Yes, I agree with that. Yes, it's maybe what you mean is we teach grammar rules based on their needs, right?
Yes.
Not something that we think they should know everything. But
yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any other questions? If not, I have a question for you, Doctor. Do you include games in your teaching, or maybe online games or quizzes in teaching grammar?
This is related to this way of teaching or another thing?
I just want to know. Yeah. Do you?
Yeah. Yeah. In my teaching, I have pre-test, and then I have quizzes, mid-term test, and also final test.
Okay, Doctor. Okay. Do we have any other questions for Dr. Suharyadi? Or any comments, or maybe anyone would like to share their own experience teaching grammar, since we have time. So that's so you did you publish anything on this method that you developed?
I actually have been working on that. Incomplete. Not finished yet. So hopefully, if we can work together, I think we can publish it. Yeah, I have been doing it.
Yes, and I think it can be. You can send it for innovation, like this. A new way of teaching. Yes. Okay. Any more questions? I think no more questions. So thank you to Dr. Suharyadi and also to all listeners for your questions and also answers from Dr. Suharyadi. So once again, I think that the formula, the method that you shared with us is interesting, and another way how we can teach and also learn grammar. All right. So we have reached to the end of our final keynote speech, and I think we will continue with the parallel session. Okay, I think back to the MCs. Thank you once again. Thank you, Dr. Suharyadi. Let's give a round of applause to Doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Suharyadi and Dr. Razlina Razali for extraordinary inspiring session.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed to the last session with our keynote speakers, we will now advance to the next agenda, which is the parallel session.
Informed to all the participants, you may enter the breakout rooms. Please be prepared.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the last agenda. But beforehand, let us take a moment to reflect on the valuable insights we have gained and the connection we have made during this conference.
May this experience continue to inspire and drive us as we embrace the future and strive for global innovation.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, we warmly welcome you to
the 6th International English Language Teachers and Lecturers Conference 2023.
Such a beautiful day. Why are you so blue? Hey, it's been too long that you shut your heart out. Well, I know it's true. Sometimes love can hurt, so give it some time. One day you'll be fine. It's such a beautiful day. Why you're still frowning? Hey, it's been too long to contemplate on how to deal with your broken heart all over again till you can feel the love. Oh, when the sun comes after rain, you will live again, feeling love again. Love sometimes goes unseen, what you see on the screen, and always what it seems. Such a beautiful day, let's celebrate it. Hey, it's been so long since the last time you let the birds sing and fly around you to make you believe that you can also fly. 'Cause when the sun comes after rain, you will live again, feeling love again. Love sometimes goes unseen, what you see on the screen, and always what it seems. 'Cause such a beautiful day, let's celebrate it. You really all feel love. It's such a beautiful
What a pleasure to meet all of you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the conference will be closed by closing ceremony, which will be remarked by Chairperson of the 6th International English Language Teacher and Lecturers 2023, Dr. Lestari Satyawati, and the Head of English Department Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Suwaryadi.
Ladies and gentlemen, please warmly welcome the chairperson of the 6th International English Language Teachers and Lecturers Conference 2023, Dr. Lestari Satyawati. Dr. Lestari, we yield the floor to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Today we have done all the conference for iNELTAL for 2 days, the 4th and the 5th of August 2023. Right, dear presenters and participants, I'd like to say thank you to all of you for your participations in iNELTAL 2023 hosted by the Department of English, Faculty of Letters, Universitas Negeri Malang. This year's conference theme was Innovations in ELT for Inclusive and Sustainable Education, as we believe these aspects are the key to success in language learning. The iNELTAL conference attempts to provide an academic forum where both presenters and participants can upgrade and refine their knowledge and skills, as well as disseminate their thoughts and share their best practices relevant to the conference theme. This iNELTAL conference have invited prominent ELT scholars as keynote speakers who have shared their thoughts and expertise, such as Dr. Christine Xavier from National Institute of Education, NTU, Singapore, Greg Kessler from Ohio University, USA, Dr. Claudio Diaz-Larenas from Universidad de Concepción, Chile, Dr. Kelly Matthews, the University of Queensland, Australia, Dr. Latisha Asmak Safi from University Technology Mara, Malaysia, and our own Dr. Sinta Trisna Dewi and Dr. Suharyadi from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. At this year's conference, we have 119 presenters and 3 participants and 77 abstracts. The presenters are mainly English teachers, lecturers, and undergraduate students and postgraduate students. I would like to thank to all committee and their teams for their hard work and persistence. Without them, this conference would not be possible. We do hope that the iNELTAL conference can become a fruitful and insightful forum to disseminate academic work among scholars in the field. Thank you to all of you. There is no word to say other than thank you and Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. We'll see you in the next iNELTAL conference in 2024. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lestari.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's invite our respected, the Head of English Department, Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Suharyadi. We will lead the closing ceremony. Dr. Suharyadi, we will deeply honored to invite you.
Thank you so much. To end this session, would like to say Alhamdulillah, and this iNELTAL Conference 2023 is officially closed. Thank you so much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you next conference iNELTAL 2024. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suharyadi.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we near the end of this enriching conference, we extend our deepest gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, moderators, and amazing participants for their contributions and active participation.
With our respect, we would like to also express our heartfelt appreciation to the organizing committee, volunteers, and everyone who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the success of this conference.
Finally, on behalf of the organizing committee, as the master of ceremony, I, Mutiara Sani Inaya, and my partner,
Bima Wahyu, kindly request your permission to take our leave.
we wish you all safe travels and continued success in your endeavors.
Enjoy the rest of your day and thank you for being part of the
Sixth
6th International English Language Teacher and
Lecturers
Conference
Conference
2023.
23.
Bapak, Ibu partisipan, terima kasih. Kami mohon izin untuk menutup ruang Zoom. Terima kasih. Sampai jumpa di iNELTAL tahun depan.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Congratulations.
The 6th International English Language Teacher and Lecturers Conference 2023.
Such a beautiful day. Why are you so blue? It's been too long that you shut your heart out. Well, I know it's true. Sometimes love can hurt, so give it some time. One day you'll be fine. Such a beautiful day. Why you're still frowning? It's been too long to contemplate on how to deal with your broken heart all over again. You can feel the love. Oh, when the sun comes after rain, you believe again, feeling love again. Love sometimes goes unseen. What you see on the screen is always what it seems. Such a beautiful day. Let's celebrate. Hey, it's been so long since the last time you let the birds sing and fly around you.